Hey guys, tonight we are going back to a timeless valley where sunrise still blushes against earthen walls and the scent of cedar smoke drifts lazily across sleeping cornfields. A time when an entire world of family, craft, and quiet wonder fit snugly inside a circle of humble dwellings fashioned from packed soil and loving hands. Before you get comfortable, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. It really helps small creators like us keep bringing you more calming history to help with sleep. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from. It's always fascinating to see this sleepy little community come together from all over the world. Now, dim the lights, slow your breathing, and relax your body as we drift into a world where corn, clay, and hearth fires shape every heartbeat of village life. First light spills over the eastern ridge in silken ribbons, touching the rounded rooftops with a soft amber glow. The village stirs gradually, no clanging bells here, only the muted thrum of raven wings and the shy chirrup of meadowlarks greeting the dawn. A grandmother pushes open a reed-woven door curtain, tasting the cool air on her tongue the way a potter tastes slip, savoring both texture and promise. She steps onto the packed earth plaza, bare feet mapping the faint warmth that lingers after last night's coals. Around her, shadows withdrawn like sleepy children, revealing low-walled homes set in a careful arc, their entrances all facing the morning sun in a silent devotion to light and life. Inside one dwelling, a young woman wakes beneath a quilt of bison hide, stitched with bright porcupine quills. She lies still for a moment, listening to the gentle breathing of her little brother beside the hearth. Embers glow a sultry orange, perfuming the room with juniper and last night's corn ash. Stretching, she recalls her first task, to grind the day's meal. Outside, her mother's clay jars bellied and beautiful, burnished to a soft sheen wait, patiently, empty mouths open like polite listeners. One jar cradles dried kernels from last autumn's harvest, tiny suns awaiting transformation. Another holds last moon's beans black, speckled stories unto themselves. Together they remind her of tomorrow's obligations, yet promise today's nourishment. She wraps a woven cotton shawl around her shoulders and kneels before the metate, a shallow stone basin passed down through 3 grandmothers. Its surface is smooth where countless hands have coaxed corn into life. She tips a cup of kernels onto the slab. They skitter like pebbles in a stream, then rest. Lifting the mano heavy, cool, she rocks it forward. Grind, breathe, lift, breathe. The rhythm blooms slowly, a lullaby sung to muscle and memory. With every pass, the kernels surrender, turning to fragrant meal that billows like desert dust. She inhales the nut-sweet scent, feeling it travel through her lungs into her bones, reminding her that she, too, is made of earth and sun. Beyond the door, the plaza brightens. Children emerge with sleepy grins, chasing one another in circles that trace yesterday's game markings. Laughter rings off adobe walls, chased by the crisp cracks of firewood splitting under stone axes. Men kneel beside the communal kiln, coaxing fresh flames, while a circle of clay pots, still damp and chalk gray, await their fiery baptism. Each vessel carries a fingerprint, a secret thumb press no other hand could mimic. These pots will cradle stews, water, and seeds. They will serve as gifts in weddings and as witnesses in burials. Even the smallest bowl commands reverence, for here clay is more than soil. It is the village's second skin. As the sun vaults higher, the women gather near a low bench beneath a cottonwood, whose leaves quake like tiny green prayers. Threads of corn husk and yucca fiber stretch between deft fingers, twining into rope that will bind cradle boards and storage racks. Conversation flows in gentle eddies, news of a cousin's dream, advice for curing a winter cough, a remembered joke that rings soft giggles from the youngest weaver. Meanwhile, a toddler toddles amid their skirts, sticky with honeyed mesquite sap, brandishing a wooden spoon like a warrior's staff. No one scolds. The world is still new to him, a puzzle of textures and tastes to be solved one lick at a time. Across the plaza, the head potter inspects yesterday's creations. She taps each rim with a bone needle, listening for the bright ring of perfection. A dull thud earns a patient smile. Flaws are teachers, she often says, and clay is a forgiving mentor. Smoothing a fingertip over a faint fissure, she murmurs a quick blessing. Later, pigment will dress these pots in red ochre spirals and black and white geometrics that echo both the weaving patterns and the night sky's constellations. Art is never idle decoration here. It is memory, instruction, and prayer coiled into shape. Smoke from countless hearths rises in a lazy braid, carrying hints of roasting squash and the resinous tang of pine needles cast onto flames for fragrance. In a central fire pit, a kettle simmers with a thick corn stew flecked by wild chilies and rabbit meat. The aroma teases at the edges of everyone's attention. Children pause mid-chase. Dogs lift their noses. Elders smile knowingly. Soon the pot will be brought to the plaza, and today's first communal meal will unfold. Hands cupping bowls, stories passing like bread, silences shared without discomfort. No one eats alone unless they choose solitude. Hunger and loneliness rarely coexist when the hearth is wide enough. Mid-morning finds the chief's sister drawing river water from a clay cistern shaded beneath a lean-to. She feels the cool weight slosh against her arms, appreciates the jar's sturdy construction, and silently thanks the hands that formed it. Water is the village's heartbeat, pulsing through irrigation ditches to cornfields beyond the ridge. There, stalks stand tall and luminous, leaves trembling in the breeze like dancers in green shawls. A few elders walk the rows, plucking stray weeds, whispering songs that coax the kernels within each ear to ripen plump and sweet. They believe plants listen, and evidence lives in every harvest basket that overflows. When the sun reaches its zenith, the plaza hum quiets. Pots cool on the kiln's edge. Metate stones rest. The air itself seems to kneel. In the hush, the storyteller gray-braided, eyes bright as winter stars, steps onto a low platform. Children gather first, followed by adolescents, then adults who pretend indifference yet edge closer. He begins softly, voice like distant thunder, muffled by summer rain. He speaks of the first spark stolen from the belly of a mountain, of the clever girl who taught cedar and juniper to burn, of ancestors who shaped clay vessels so the spark would never leave. Each tale is both cradle and map, nurturing identity, guiding tomorrow's chores with yesterday's wisdom. The village listens, and in that listening becomes one breath, one slow exhalation. As shadows lengthen, the young woman returns to her doorway, now holding a small bowl of cornmeal. She scatters a pinch to the wind, a gesture as old as the red earth beneath her feet, offering thanks for the day's lessons and the promise of night. Behind her, the hearth fire crackles back to life, ready to warm bodies and dreams alike. The village settles, preparing for evening, but in the soft flicker of flames, Every ember carries forward the quiet triumphs of dawn. The meal ground, the pot shaped, the story told. And so, beneath a sky blushing toward twilight, another gentle day in the circle of corn, clay, and hearth fire draws its final contented breath. Tonight we wander back through the hush of centuries, returning to a valley where sunrise still strokes earthen walls and cedar smoke curls above sleeping cornfields. Hey guys, before you settle in, please consider liking the video and subscribing. It really helps small creators like us keep bringing you more calming, soft-spoken history to help with sleep. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from. It's always fascinating to watch this sleepy little community gather from every corner of the world. Now dim the lights, slow your breathing, and relax your body as we drift into a world where corn, clay, and hearth fires shape every heartbeat of daily life. First light ripples over the eastern ridge, touching rounded rooftops with a quiet amber pulse, while the faint thrum of raven wings replaces any clanging bell. A grandmother draws aside a reed-woven curtain, tasting dawn's chill the way a potter tastes slip. She steps onto the packed earth plaza, her salves reading faint warmth left by last night's coals, and pauses to greet the sun with a whispered thanks both intimate and communal, personal and eternal. Within one snug house, a young woman wakes beneath a quilt of bison hide, stitched with bright porcupine quills. She lies still, listening to her little brother's soft breathing near the hearth, where embers glow sultry orange, perfume the room with juniper, and paint gentle constellations on smoke-dark walls. Stretching, she remembers her first obligation, coaxing dry kernels into fragrant meal. Outside, bellied clay jars await one, cradling last autumn's corn, another guarding speckled beans, all of them burnished smooth by countless palms. She kneels at her family's metate, a shallow basalt basin, worn satiny by 3 grandmothers' work. Tipping a cup of kernels onto the stone, she lifts the mano heavy, cool, reassuring, then begins the ancient rhythm. Rock forward, breathe, rock back, breathe. Every pass crushes suns into dust, filling the room with a nut-sweet scent that reminds her she too is of earth and light. Tiny golden particles drift in the angled sunbeam, dancing like motes in a snow globe before settling onto her shawl. Beyond her doorway the plaza awakens. Barefoot children dart between shadows, tracing yesterday's game lines while dogs lope after them, tails arcing like question marks. 3 men kneel beside the communal kiln, coaxing kindling toward flame that will soon harden damp gray pots into ringing terracotta. Each vessel bears a unique thumbprint, a private signature no other hand can fake, and even the smallest bowl commands reverence. Here, clay is more than soil, it is a second skin, a record of touch, a map of memory. Smoke lifts in slow braids above the kiln, carrying hints of roasting squash, pine resin, and sage leaves tossed onto coals for fragrance. Above it all the sky unfurls, vast and uncluttered, an enormous turquoise blanket promising fair weather for the daily tasks ahead. Near the plaza's western edge, the chief's sister checks the night-cool cistern, shaded by a brushwood lean-to. She runs her fingertips along the jar's rim, feeling the clay's faint pulse of retained cold, then scoops up water to splash over her cheeks. Water is precious breath given form, drawn from a creek that threads through cottonwoods beyond the cornfields. Shallow irrigation ditches snake outward from the village like quiet veins, channeling liquid life into ridged plots where emerald corn stands tall, its leaves trembling like dancers' shawls. Elders walk those rows at dawn, stooping to grasp a weed, murmuring songs that coax kernels to swell sweet and fat. They believe plants can hear, and the abundant harvest proves them right, year after patient year. Back in the plaza, women gather beneath a cottonwood whose leaves chatter in the breeze like 1,000 green prayers. Strips of yucca fiber and corn husk stretch between their nimble fingers, twisting into cord that will lash cradle boards or reinforce storage racks. Conversation flows in gentle eddies reports of a cousin's vivid dream, a remedy for winter cough brewed from juniper berries. Comedians joke about coyotes stealing, roasting rabbits. Laughter ripples outward, mingling with loom clicks where two teenage girls weave cotton belts dyed sky blue and cloud white. A toddler toddles among their skirts, brandishing a wooden spoon like a war club, sticky with honey-sweet mesquite sap. No one scolds. The world is still new to him, an encyclopedia of textures and tastes that must be investigated, savored, sometimes licked. Across the plaza, the master potter inspects yesterday's kill load. She cradles each cool jar to her ear and taps its lip with a bone needle, listening for the bright ring of structural perfection. A dull note earns a patient smile. Imperfection is a teacher, she likes to say, and clay a forgiving mentor. Running her thumb along a faint fissure, she murmurs a blessing before setting the vessel aside for mosaic repair. Soon the pots destined for ceremony will receive slips of red ochre and lines of black and white triangles that echo both weaving patterns and constellations wheeling overhead. Art is never idle decoration here. It is memory, instruction, prayer, and even agricultural almanac spiraled into form and fired into permanence, ready to outlive generations of storytellers. By mid-morning, smoke from household hearths swirls upward and merges, forming a subtle cathedral dome above the plaza. A communal kettle simmers at its center, thick with hominy, wild chilies, and slivers of rabbit meat. The stew's aroma drifts through doorways like a gentle summons. Children pause mid-game, elders tap walking sticks. Even the village dogs cease their sniffing and perk their ears. When the kettle is lifted from flame and placed on a reed mat, bowls emerge as if by magic. No one eats alone unless they seek solitude here. Hunger and loneliness seldom coexist. Hands cup clay bowls while stories flit between them like hummingbirds. The tale of a trader returning with turquoise from the distant south, whispered gossip about a pair of sweethearts spotted walking by moonlight, a playful debate over whose grandmother first discovered blue corn. Silences settle easily between sentences woven of trust and shared breath. After the meal, the plaza hum subsides. Some women retreat indoors to rub ochre pigment into freshly fired pots, tracing spirals that symbolize winter storms and ladders that invite clouds to climb down as rain. Several men shoulder stone-tipped hoes and head toward fields beyond the ridge, their laughter floating back on the wind until swallowed by cicada buzz. Within a shadowed house, an elderly healer gathers dried sage, mountain tobacco, and fragments of red willow bark to braid into a smudge bundle for an evening naming ceremony. She hums low, a tune older than any record, each note rising like steam from a sacred spring. Her granddaughter watches, wide-eyed, absorbing the scent, the cadence, the reverence. As afternoon light grows honey thick, The storyteller steps onto a low cedar platform in the plaza's center. Children scramble forward, followed by youth pretending indifference and adults balancing tasks with attentive ears. He clears his throat, voice a baritone hush, and begins the saga of the first spark. How Earth's belly held fire captive until a clever girl coaxed cedar and juniper to burn, guiding the people to trap flames in clay vessels so darkness would never swallow them again. The tale braids cosmology with instruction: honor your grandmother's patience, stoke the hearth even when nights feel warm, and always feed the smallest child first. Each listener holds the words like a seed lodged behind the heart, waiting to sprout when needed most. Shadows lengthen. The storyteller pauses, letting silence thrum, then pivots into a riddle that sends children squealing with guesses. Sunset paints the adobe walls rose gold, then lavender, then a deepening blue that seeps into every corner. The young woman who began her day at the metate now kneels by her hearth once more, stirring tonight's mush of roasted squash, cornmeal, and wild honey. She sprinkles in sage crushed fine between her fingertips and inhales the steam curling upward, letting gratitude expand in her chest. Before serving, she scoops a pinch of meal into a tiny clay cup and steps outside. Facing the night's first star, she scatters the offering into an evening breeze corn dust, catching last light like sparks from anvil steel, thanking unseen forces for sunrise promises fulfilled, and inviting gentle dreams to visit every sleeper. Night descends with velvet feet. Torches sputter near house entrances, casting long shadows that dance against walls like giant moths. Within each dwelling, families cluster around low fires. Embers glow crimson, reflecting in eyes growing heavy with sleep. Mothers braid children's hair for tomorrow. Fathers tune bone flutes to serenade the moon. Elders trace sacred constellations on ceilings darkened by soot. Beyond the plaza cornfields rustle, singing lullabies in a language of silk against leaf. Somewhere an owl calls, its question echoing through cottonwoods. And when at last the hearths settle into gentle pulses of light, the day exhales its final breath, warm, satisfied, ancestral, leaving the village wrapped in the steady heartbeat of corn, clay, and ever-glowing fire. The sun climbs toward its zenith with the deliberate grace of an elder offering wisdom, one measured sentence at a time, and a shimmering hush settles across the village. Morning's brisk songs, children's laughter, rhythmic grinding, the crackle of fresh-lit kilns soften into a low, contented hum that feels almost like drowsy breathing, shared by every living thing. In the plaza, footprints from dawn's bustle grow sharper as light falls straight down, casting doorways into deep pools of cool shade. Beyond the dwellings, stalks of corn stand tall and dignified, their leaves fluttering like fans waved for royalty, while in the distance a thin blue ribbon of river glints, promising relief to any throat grown dusty. It is a moment suspended between industrious vigor and gentle repose, a lull in which time seems to stretch and soften, letting every heartbeat slow, to match the easy cadence of the earth's turning. Along a narrow footpath that snakes from plaza to fields, two cousins walk side by side, baskets balanced against their hips. The older cousin is tall and quiet, her eyes a calm mirror of the turquoise sky. The younger darts glances at grasshoppers springing from the path and grins as each insect leaps away like a tiny, startled spark. Their baskets hold bundles of long, pliant willow wands soaked earlier in the river's shallows. These wands will, by nightfall, begin the transformation into cradle frames and grain sieves, shapes coaxed not by force, but by patient persuasion, each curve guided by fingers that listen as much as they instruct. The cousins pause at a plot where beans climb cornstalks in a living braid of grain. The younger kneels to check a struggling shoot, loosening the soil around its roots, before murmuring an apology for having overlooked its thirst. She presses her palm over the earth as if sealing a promise, and when she rises, the two continue on, their footsteps muffled by dust that remembers every traveler, yet judges none. Near the field's edge, the irrigation canal gleams steady water drawn from the river, whispered into being by earlier generations who read the land like scripture. A trio of men stands ankle-deep in the flow, placing stone weights to redirect current where a furrow looks thirsty. The eldest among them, his hair white as craned feathers, hums a tune older than his bones, the melody punctuated by the gentle slap of water against his calves. Ducks drift downstream unhurried, as if the world will always provide their next glide. The men work in deliberate silence, eyes on ripples that swirl around their adjustments. They know any careless gesture can send water hurrying away from corn roots that lean upon it like children upon caretakers. When the stones are anchored, they step back to watch the current smooth itself, satisfied only after seeing the liquid ribbon choose its new path with dignified certainty. In this patient choreography of earth and water, every breath feels like an agreement renewed, every drop a quiet signature on a treaty between people and place. Back in the cool shade of a loom hut, a circle of weavers resumes their steady, meditative labor. Threads of cotton bleached bright as midday light or dyed with subtle hues coaxed from sunflower seeds. Walnut husks and crushed cochineal stretch taut across wooden frames. A gentle creak accompanies each pass of the weft, a soothing heartbeat beneath the afternoon's broader hush. One weaver pauses to wipe her brow with a damp scrap of cloth scented faintly of river mint, then leans forward again, fingertips brushing warped threads in quick, featherweight strokes. Patterns emerge row by row, stepped mountains, lightning zigzags, migratory birds with wings outspread, images meant not only to please the eye but also to remind the body of its place in a wider, living geometry. A child naps nearby, head pillowed on a folded cloak, lulled to dreams by the low murmur of conversation. A grandmother describing the sweetest irrigation ditch she ever tasted as a girl, a teenager recalling a morning vision of a white bear striding across clouds. Words drift like petals on still water, carried farther than their speakers intend, gifting anyone listening the soft comfort of shared living. Beyond the weaving hut, heat blooms over the plaza in shimmering ripples that make distant forms waver like half-remembered dreams. Inside one home, the young woman who ground corn at dawn now tends a small indoor hearth, kept alive for dye preparation. A clay pot simmers gently, its surface flecked with crushed indigo leaf fragments that dapple and sink, releasing color slow as syrup. The woman stirs with a slender mesquite stick, mesmerized by the swirled darkness coiling into light, then back again until pigment thickens to the right velvety consistency. She will soon dip skeins of cotton yarn, lifting them out in careful intervals, so color settles deep enough to echo twilight's first breath, but not so heavy it obscures the yarn's own soft luster. Each strand, once dried, will carry within its fibers a pocket of story, the hush of afternoon heat, the smell of wood smoke sweetened by distant squash roasting, the patient thrum of her heartbeat bonding dye to thread. She senses this, though she would never state it aloud. Some knowings thrive only when left underneath words, roots tenderly sheltered by quiet. Outside, in a pocket of shade cast by the tallest adobe wall, elders gather for their daily game of bone slider. The oiled pieces carved slivers of deer rib, polished until almost translucent, glide across a painted plank toward shallow scoring pits. Each slide is accompanied by teasing bets of corn husk cord, bright beads, or small carved tokens. Yet the true reward is laughter, deep, rolling bursts that echo off walls and draw smiles from passers-by who pretend not to linger. The eldest woman, her braids silvered with age, deftly flips a bone that lands flush in its target, earning a chorus of cheers. She cackles, spilling a handful of slate-blue beads back into her pouch, then waves away mock complaints from those she has just bested. Beneath this playful rivalry thrums a sturdier purpose, the reinforcement of memory, dexterity, and camaraderie qualities that tether individuals to the collective even as bodies grow slower. Here, humility and pride share a single bench, and each mischievous grin becomes a stitch in the social fabric stronger than any loom might weave. In the cool embrace of a ceremonial chamber partly buried beneath the plaza, a small group prepares for the afternoon's healing chat. The temperature inside is blissfully mild, the air scented with crushed sage and faint traces of cedar charcoal. Thin shafts of light slip through a ceiling vent, painting luminous columns in the dust-mote mist. At the chamber's center, a healer arranges polished river stones in a precise spiral, each placement guided by quiet breath counts and old songs that map the invisible currents of spirit moving through stone and flesh alike. When the pattern is complete, she sits back on her heels and closes her eyes, listening for confirmation in the subtle shift of air. Moments later, a young father enters, carrying his infant daughter swaddled in a soft yucca fiber blanket dyed the pink of dawn's underside. The child's breaths are quick and shallow. She has been struggling with congestion since the last cold night. The healer motions him to sit, then begins to hum, her voice a river flowing just below speech, its syllables curling like smoke around the room's edges. She sprinkles powdered turquoise into the hearth, and as sparks leap upward, the chant gathers strength, rising until it crests like a small but determined wave over the quiet hush. Outside, no one hears this song directly, yet many pause in their tasks, heads tilting slightly, as if sensing an unseen vibration smoothing the day's angles. When afternoon slides toward evening, the cousins return from the river bend with their willow bundles. They settle beneath a ramada woven of cottonwood branches, and under that patchwork shade they begin coaxing each wand into graceful arcs. The older cousin's hands move slowly, teaching the wood its future curve by gentle persistence. The younger follows, her brow furrowed, but eyes bright with determination. Between them a cradle frame grows the front arch like a smile, side supports rounding in snug embrace. They test the fit of each join, whisper over stubborn knots, and share a satisfied nod whenever the wood accepts its new gesture without complaint. Overhead, a mourning dove coos a 3-note lullaby, and the younger cousin hums along, letting the bird's steady cadence guide her pulse. By the time shadows lengthen, the cradle's skeleton stands complete, a promise of safe sleep for some future infant, a promise carried in willow fiber, warmed by sun, guided by hands, sealed by song. At last, as the sky begins its gradual tilt toward gold, a low drumbeat echoes from the far end of the plaza, summoning villagers to the communal meal that follows midday labor. Clay bowls emerge once more, and platters piled with roasted squash, blue corn dumplings, and strips of bison meat glazed in wild plum sauce are set upon reed mats spread like open arms. Everyone gathers, field workers with dusty knees, weavers flexing stiff fingers, watering ditch tenders streaked with river mud, and children glowing with the satisfied exhaustion of a day spent alive. The oldest man offers a blessing, a soft rumble of gratitude for water that runs true, soil that cradles seed, and hearts that beat in welcome rhythm. Before anyone lifts a morsel, a hush settles, short as a sigh yet deep as canyon shade. And then the meal begins, each bite tasting of collective triumph. Stories bloom, jokes spark, compliments ripple outward in easy waves. Laughter catches on the evening breeze, floating upward toward the first shy star, and in that shared repast the village knits itself tighter than any cord could tie. When the bowls are emptied and conversation melts into satisfied murmurs, the cousins present their cradle frame for inspection. Elders run fingers over each curve, testing smoothness, checking that every bound join sings when tapped. They nod approval, eyes soft with pride. A blessing is murmured, gentle smoke passes over the wood, and the cradle is set beside the new dye pots and freshly woven belts. Another day's harvest glinting in firelight. All around, dusk settles like a tender quilt drawn across weary shoulders. The air is still warm, but the promise of night tastes cool on each breeze. Families drift toward doorways, guiding toddlers soothed by full bellies and fading excitement. Dog silhouettes trot across the plaza, tails tracing sleepy arcs, while a lone flute begins a slow melody that threads through gathering darkness, each note hovering, then dissolving like dew touched by dawn. Fires kindle behind every threshold. Ember glow punctuates adobe walls with pulse points that echo distant stars. And as that patient sun finally dips beyond the world's rim, it leaves in its wake a village quilted with gratitude, humming with quiet contentment, each breath synchronized with the gentle exhale of cornfields rustling under moonrise, each soul at ease beneath the vast, watchful sky. The last ribbon of sunset melts into violet dusk as the village slips into an unhurried hush, every sound soft the way a shawl muffles a newborn's breathing. Hearth fires kindle one by one, small suns blossoming behind reed curtains, until each home glows like a lantern set upon the earth. In the plaza, the great communal flame has been banked low, its cold red heart beating slow and steady, mirroring the pulse that thrums inside every chest. From the northern fields, silhouettes drift homeward, farmers carrying hoes balanced over shoulders, children clasping fistfuls of wildflowers rescued from irrigation ditches, an old dog padding faithfully behind, with ears perked for stray crumbs. The air tastes of roasted squash and sweet pinon resin, and somewhere a night jar begins its single-note lullaby, that patient, repeated call a kind of sonic rocking chair. Overhead, the evening star crowns the sky, bright enough to cast the faintest of shadows, and as villagers tilt their faces upward, breath slows, shoulders loosen, and the day exhales its final grateful sigh. Around the plaza's perimeter, families spread woven reed mats and sit in loose circles, allowing the cool of packed earth to seep gently into tired legs. The elders settle first, legs folded neat as prayer bundles, then the mothers, still dusted with cornmeal, then the fathers, joints popping quietly as they lower themselves. Finally come the children, some still glowing with afternoon mischief, others fighting the irresistible pull of sleep that tugs eyelids like a tender tide. No one speaks yet. There is a reverence to this twilight moment, as if the village is carefully unwrapping silence itself, marveling at its softness before conversation can begin. A faint breeze meanders through, lifting tendrils of hair and fluttering the hems of cotton cloaks. It carries the scent of river mud cooling in moonlight, and the hint of juniper smoke from distant cook fires. Soon that breeze will rise higher, brushing the cornfields until stalks rustle like dry pages turning. But for now it is gentle enough to feel like a whispered secret, shared only among those who stopped long enough to notice. Into this quiet the keeper of stories walks, his footsteps slow, measured, as though testing each patch of ground for the perfect resonance. He carries no staff tonight, no rattle carved of gourd or bone. His presence alone is credential enough. A shawl the color of midnight drapes his shoulders, and thin strands of yellow shell beads swing at his chest in time with his steps, a silent metronome marking memory's rhythm. He pauses beside the banked communal fire, gathering the hush around him like cloth, then clears his throat with a soft cough that sounds almost embarrassed to disturb the peace. From every map, faces lift, children's eyes wide as morning pools, adults' gazes steady but luminous. The keeper nods once in acknowledgment, kneels, and draws a small circle in the dust with his index finger. Into that circle he places 4 smooth pebbles, white, red, black, and yellow, arranging them at the cardinal points. He does not speak their meaning. The arrangement speaks for itself, a reminder that every listener, every grain of earth, and every star overhead is part of the same slow-turning wheel. When he finally begins, his voice is low and unhurried, like water choosing its path through river stones. He tells of first night, before clay remembered shape or fire knew hunger, when the people were still dreams waiting for bodies to hold them. He describes how a single spark descended from a sky feather and kissed the darkness awake, teaching it to glow from within. That glow, he says, became curiosity, and curiosity ripened into form hands to shape metate bowls, minds to engineer irrigation ditches, hearts to feel reverence for the very dust beneath their soles. As he speaks, the villagers lean forward, arms resting on knees or twined around sleeping infants, and the children inch closer, sensing the invisible net stories cast across distance and time. Sparks leap from the hearth, swirling upward into the thickening dark where they wink out, only to reappear as if reborn among the first faint stars. To the younger listeners it feels like magic, but the elders know it is simply the way truth reveals itself, glimpsed in brief, brilliant flare-ups that leave lasting warmth once they disappear. The story shifts, flowing seamlessly into the tale of a young potter who journeyed beyond the western mesas to find clay that sang when touched. For days the potter listened to the wind scraping canyon walls, wondering if the wind itself could be trapped within a vessel to teach the village new songs. Just when despair threatened, the potter noticed a hawk riding an invisible updraft, feathers trembling, yet never losing balance. Inspiration bloomed. If wind could be invisible strength, clay could be visible song. The potter returned home carrying nothing but the memory of that hawk, yet from memory alone shaped pots, whose rims, when struck, rang as clear as flint on flint. The keeper pauses to tap the rim of a nearby water jar. A bright note rings out, skipping across the plaza and vanishing against the adobe walls. Several listeners let out soft sighs, as if freed from a burden they'd not noticed carrying. While the keeper spins his narratives, the young woman who ground corn at sunrise sits near her family's mat, gently rocking her baby brother, whose head rests heavy against her collarbone. She hums a counter melody to the story, her tune quiet enough not to intrude, yet strong enough to anchor the child's breathing in slow, even waves. Each time the keeper's voice lifts on a dramatic crest, her humming drifts lower, weaving beneath like a river under a bridge. The baby's tiny hand curls around a lock of her hair, his eyelids flutter once, twice, then settle. Watching them, the sibling's grandmother feels her heart tug both forward toward the child's dreaming future and backward into the memory of nights when she, too, was lulled by stories told under an identical sky. In that tug, generations overlap for a breath, and the continuity feels tangible as braided fiber. Halfway through the keeper's chronicle, an elder rises slowly, joints clicking like distant thunder. He carries a clay bowl filled with glowing coals and powdered sage. With deliberate grace he circles the gathering, wafting fragrant smoke that curls around ankles, knees, shoulders, scalps, dending, cleansing, sealing the space the way a potter smooths the lip of a vessel to prevent cracks. The smoke smells of cool mornings, of weddings blessed and illnesses banished, and as it drifts upward, it seems to guide each listener's thoughts, from earthbound concerns to loftier musings that float just beneath the dome of stars. The sage-bearer completes his circuit and bows to the keeper before returning to his mat, the bowl now just a faint ember glow, mirroring the communal fire. Throughout, not a single word interrupts the narrative. Respect, like gravity, keeps interruptions anchored firmly beneath the rising arc of story. At last the keeper's voice softens into closing cadence. He reminds his audience that dawn itself is a promise the night keeps, and that lessons shaped in darkness glow even brighter when daylight returns to test them. With those words he brushes aside the 4 pebbles, scattering them into the dust so they might be found by some wandering child in seasons yet to come. Silence settles once more, thicker now, weighted by meaning. Then the toddler who had earlier paraded a wooden spoon blurts a single squeak of laughter in his sleep, and the whole circle erupts in gentle chuckles relief valves, releasing the accumulated pressure of awe. The keeper smiles, accepts a cup of water, and drinks deeply, the beads on his shawl catching firelight and flickering like a second constellation drawn closer to earth. Families drift to their feet in unhurried ripples. Some carry still sleeping children against their shoulders. Others gather reed mats and shake loose the dust, while a few linger to exchange hushed reflections on the stories just heard. In one corner of the plaza, 2 teenagers mimic the hawk's sky dance, twirling arms outstretched as if balanced on invisible wind, stumbling, but laughing at each exaggerated flap. Nearby, the men who earlier redirected irrigation stones compare the tone of different water jars, thumping rims as though testing new drums for some future ceremony. Even the dogs seem lighter, tails swishing through pooled starlight as they nose the ground for forgotten scraps of sweet dumpling or herb-glazed bison. All the while, the cornfield beyond the dwellings rustles under a moonstruck breeze, its stalks whispering secrets too ancient for translation, secrets that nonetheless reassure. Tomorrow's kernels are swelling, Future meals are already on their way. Inside each home, hearths roar back to life. Adobe walls glow amber, transforming rooms into miniature solstice suns. Mothers spread blankets near the fire so children can strip off dusty clothing and stretch limbs warmed by radiant heat. Fathers hang damp sandals to dry on hooks fashioned from deer antler. Soft conversation fills these spaces, but it is a thin veneer over a deeper quiet, the hush that descends when bodies, minds, and hearts are equally nourished. The young woman who once hummed her lullaby now sets her brother in the newly furbished cradle, its willow frame creaking contentedly under his modest weight. She tucks a rabbit fur lining around his legs, brushes a cool palm over his forehead, and smiles at the slow, even pulse fluttering at his neck. In one fluid motion, she rises, reaches for a pot of water that still rings faintly from the keeper's demonstration, and pours a measure into the family's clay cup. As she drinks, she thinks of the hawk circling above distant mesas, and feels for the briefest breath as weightless as the bird itself. In the deepest hour before moonset, the village finds its equilibrium. Outside, cricket choirs strike up their nocturnal hymns, chirping in tight, syncopated waves that swell and fade like miniature tides. Embers in the central hearth settle into a sleepy red hush, yet they remain alive, veins of molten color ready to flare at dawn's first touch. Above, the sky has blossomed into a riot of stars, each one so bright it seems to hum. No artificial glow competes here. The night claims full rights to spectacle. If an insomniac steps outside, he might glimpse the faint smear of the Milky Way, a cosmic roadway reminding travelers that every atom in their bones once blazed inside some distant furnace. He might also notice a quiet comfort in knowing the same stars watched over ancestors as they ground corn, shaped vessels, and whispered stories beneath identical dark. And so the village sleeps, though sleep is too simple a word for the layered rest now unfolding. Bodies lie still in homes scented with sage and cedar, while dreams wander the open desert, mapping trails toward mountains yet unseen. Clay pots cooled in evening air continue to whisper as they contract, their faint clicks echoing like distant hail on parched ground. Seedlings nestled in field furrows uncurl another microscopic fraction, urged onward by the moon's silver counsel. Over everything, the wind raises a soft lullaby, bending cottonwood leaves into overlapping chords that rain down tiny metallic sighs. Somewhere in that hush, the keeper's final words drift, repeating themselves in the language of crackling embers. Dawn is a promise. Dawn is a promise. Dawn is a promise. And because every villager knows promises must be kept, each heart beats a little steadier, each lung draws a little deeper breath, carrying those words inward until they glow like coals beneath the ribs, small, steady embers that will light the way to morning. Night has now settled over the village like a great velvet cloak, and every noise is padded by darkness, until even the crack of a pine knot in the hearth sounds distant, reverent, almost shy. Beyond the adobe walls, the desert floor gleams silver under a high-riding moon. Cornfields glimmer as if frosted, and irrigation ditches become thin, scrolling mirrors for the slow drift of clouds. At the plaza's edge, 2 sentries take their posts, each armed not merely with a bow and a quiver of obsidian-tipped arrows, but with a practiced stillness that lets the night talk first. One leans against a cedar ladder, listening for the telltale patter of jackrabbit feet in the dust. The other scans the horizon where the silhouettes of mesas stand like sleeping giants. Their watch is gentle rather than grim. In this land, danger rarely arrives unseen, and vigilance feels more like a silent prayer of gratitude, an acknowledgement that the village is worth guarding. Overhead, Orion tilts on his side, the three bright stars of his belt pointing toward the horizon where, hours from now, dawn's first blush will rise. The sentries track these constellations almost unconsciously, their minds mapping each glimmer to seasonal cues learned from elders. Sow corn when Vega greets the evening, harvest when the Pleiades climb high at dusk. In this way, the sky is both clock and chronicle, ticking second by second across an ink-black vault. Inside the homes lining the plaza, families settle into the rhythms of slumber. A mother unrolls a rabbit fur blanket and draws it over two sleepy children, her fingertips making slow circles across their backs until their breathing steadies. Nearby, an elder sprinkles cedar needles on the hearth to perfume the room, each needle releasing a resinous sigh as it meets the coals. The scent mingles with faint traces of roasted squash still lingering in the air, and with the earthy sweetness of clay walls cooling after a sun-soaked day. Words are hushed, vowels lengthened, consonants softened. Even laughter now is no louder than the rustle of a cloth napkin. Before she lies down, the mother places a small pouch of ground turquoise beneath her pillow, an old custom said to guide dreams toward helpful paths, the mineral's powdery glow warding off restless spirits that wander the night looking for open doorways. At the threshold she hangs a braid of sweetgrass, so that any benign presence invited in must pass through its gentle scent and be reminded to tread lightly. In these small courtesies, cedar smoke, turquoise charm, sweetgrass loop, the boundary between waking and dreaming is tended like a garden, weeded of worry, watered with intention. Not everyone sleeps. In a round, partly buried chamber at the plaza's southern edge, the village dream walker prepares for her midnight journey. She sits cross-legged before a shallow clay bowl filled with glowing coals, eyes half-closed, lips moving in near-silent chant. Sprigs of sage and drops of pine sap pop and sputter as they meet the heat, sending milky tendrils of smoke spiraling upward until they disappear into the vent hole overhead. Around her neck hangs a necklace of shell beads, each bead representing a dream successfully navigated, each shimmering disk a tiny moon captured and held in daylight. She sprinkles powdered mesquite over the coals. The sweet aroma blends with the sage, creating a scent that feels like warm bread brushed with honey comfort, for anyone who might still fear the mysteries hidden in sleep. Soon villagers troubled by recurring dreams will arrive, one by one, to describe their visions. The boy who always wakes in a river of stars, the woman who hears a drum but never sees the dancer, the hunter who finds his arrows turning to hummingbirds mid-flight. The dream walker will listen, map each symbol like a constellation, and later walk those same dream paths on their behalf, weaving solutions that will reveal themselves come morning in subtle, ordinary ways, perhaps as a sudden hunch or a misplaced object discovered at just the right moment. Elsewhere, by a fire whose light barely reaches the woven door curtain, a father and his adolescent son share the quiet labor of knapping arrowheads. The father's hands move with slow assurance, a measured tap of antler tool here, a gentle twist of obsidian shard there, each strike sending a flake tinkling into the dust like black glass rain. The sun mimics the motions, his brow furrowed, tongue pressed to the corner of his mouth in concentration. When a chip splinters along an unwanted fault line, he sighs, but his father only nods and murmurs a reminder that every mistake teaches the next edge how to be sharper. They work in companionable silence until 6 perfect points lie arrayed on a folded hide, catching firelight in their midnight blue sheen. The father then tells a story half parable, half memory, about the first hunt he undertook with his own father, how the arrow that missed taught him more than any arrow that struck true. The lesson drifts between them like fragrant smoke, settling deep into the sun's chest where it will glow for years before blossoming into wisdom he can pass on to children of his own. The moon climbs higher, spilling its pale radiance across the cornfields, where a trio of women walks the narrow furrows, their shawls pulled tight against a slight chill that has crept in from the open desert. With each step they bend to touch a leaf, murmur a soft word, then move on. It is not inspection so much as conversation. They ask the plants how they fare, whether the soil still tastes right, whether the water reached the roots evenly. Now and then they pause, kneel, and scoop a handful of earth, rolling it between their palms to feel its crumb, its coolness, its subtle pulse of moisture. Satisfied, they pat the soil back into place and sing a few notes of a lullaby, a song older than any seed in the field. The corn responds in its own language. Leaves flutter, tassels nod, and though no human ear can translate, the exchange is understood by both parties. Under the moon's silver sovereignty, the field feels like a cathedral. Rows of living pillars, a ceiling of endless stars, and hymns whispered rather than shouted. Back in the plaza, children who surrendered to sleep earlier now drift deeper into the labyrinth of dreams. One child finds herself riding the back of a coyote made of starlight, its paws scattering sparks across a midnight plain. Another floats above the village as if carried by a giant eagle, watching families glow like embers in their homes. A third peers into a pool so clear it reflects not her face, but the swirling clouds of the Milky Way. These dreams are not idle fantasies, but apprenticeships, rehearsals for listening to intuition, for honoring connection, for trusting unseen currents. Elders say dreams are where the world grows new legs, where possibilities hatch like quail eggs in spring. When the children awaken at dawn, they may speak of these visions or keep them tucked beneath the tongue like early fruit, not yet ripe enough to share, either choice considered equally wise. On a low rooftop, the village star watcher arranges herself on a woven mat, clay stylus in hand, flat pottery sherd beside her. She tracks the moon's distance from the horizon, notes the brightness of Antares, registers a faint green flare that might signal the birth of a meteor shower. Every mark she scratches into the sherd will later join an archive of celestial records stretching back generations, a ledger proving the sky's patterns as reliable as the river's current. She hums softly, aligning her breathing with the slow drift of the stars. The tune helps steady her sight so that even faint twinkles hold still long enough to measure. To casual onlookers she appears solitary, but she feels surrounded by ancestors who observe these same lights, by descendants who will rely on her records to know when to plant, by the stars themselves which, though unimaginably distant, respond to her notations with silent, ancient patience. In the partly subterranean ceremonial chamber, drones begin their low heartbeat, struck with padded mallets that release deep, resonant pulses traveling through packed earth and into the soles of villagers' feet, even before sound reaches their ears. Tonight's dance honors the mid-season moon, the balance point between planting and harvest. Dancers emerge from the kiva ladder, faces painted in ochre and chalk, footsteps soft as moth wings. Their movements are deliberate, measured to the drumbeat, a step, a pause, a slow pivot that sends fringed sashes swaying. Observers sit in concentric rings around the chamber's perimeter, hands resting on knees, breaths sensing with the rhythm until individual inhalations blur into one communal tide. The song rises, not in volume but in depth, voices layering like water over stones, creating currents felt rather than heard. For a moment, time loosens its grip. Even the moon seems to dilate, as if pausing her climb to listen. When the final drum beat fades, the silence that follows is thick and sweet, like the hush inside a ripe fig just before it's broken open. Night creatures keep their own counsel, beyond the glow of hearth and torch. A pair of owls trades questions across the riverbank, their calls low and hollow, stitched with lonely elegance. Somewhere in the far hills, coyotes test a chorus. One voice starts high and keening. Another answers in a wavering yip, and soon the night is mottled with overlapping arias that swell, recede, and vanish. Inside the village, no one startles. These sounds are familiar threads in the fabric of darkness, reminders that the world beyond adobe walls lives its own intricate, necessary stories. Sometimes a songbird half wakes and chirrs in confusion, fooled by moonlight into thinking dawn has come. The miscue earns a soft chuckle from a grandmother who remembers being likewise tricked by hope on many a long night. She whispers to the bird, telling it to go back to sleep. Dawn, she assures, will reveal itself in its own perfect hour. By the deepest hollow of night, when the moon hovers directly overhead, and shadows shorten to puddles beneath sleeping dogs in clay jars, the village reaches a point of balance so complete it feels sacred. Fires settle into banks of glowing coals, each ember an island of orange inside a sea of ash. The dream walker returns from her inward journey and records symbols on a flat stone. A spiral for guidance, two parallel lines for protection, a tiny cross-hatched square for renewed health. She will interpret them with each dreamer at dawn, but for now she places the stone on a low shelf and lets her eyelids fall at last. The star watcher descends from her rooftop, rolls up her mat, and tucks the etched pottery sherd into a leather pouch, content that the sky has surrendered its secrets generously tonight. The father and son finish sharpening arrow shafts on sandstone blocks, wrap the points in deerskin, and lean back against the wall, exchanging a satisfied silence that needs no words. Then, almost imperceptibly, the black edge of the eastern horizon blushes gray. The sentries, whose eyes have stayed wide all night, notice first a faint brightening, like the slow opening of some colossal stone door. They trade a glance, half smile, half sigh, and one gently stirs the banked communal fire, coaxing flame from the dying embers so that the plaza will greet dawn with warmth already in place. Within the homes, sleepers shift as if responding to an inaudible signal. Breaths quicken, eyelids flutter. Dogs stretch, shake, and nose door curtains, keenly aware of breakfast possibilities. Somewhere a single cricket chirps its final note before seeding the stage today. And beneath every roof, every blanket, every quiet dream, a single truth dawns. The night has done its work. It has spun stories, comforted seeds, sharpened tools, and wrapped hearts in the knowledge that darkness is not an absence, but a partner in the dance of living. As the first pale beam of morning slips across the plaza's packed earth, it meets the lingering warmth of the night fires, and together they spark the promise of another gentle day. The first hush of dawn settles over the village like a soft hand smoothing rumpled blankets, and in that faint, pearly light every rooftop seems to breathe in unison. A single coal in the great communal hearth glimmers, then blossoms into fresh flame as the night watch gently stirs the ashes with a cedar sliver. Sparks leap upward, gilding the adobe walls with brief flashes that fade just as quickly, but the promise of warmth lingers in their wake. A rooster on a distant ridge offers a tentative crow, testing the fragile silence. Moments later, meadowlarks answer from the riverbank with bright, hopeful trills. Inside each dwelling, sleepers shift beneath rabbit fur quilts, subconsciously aligning their breath to the slow rhythm of dawn. The night's last dreams curl away like desert mist, leaving behind the crisp clarity of morning cool air, tinged by the scent of juniper smoke and damp earth. Somewhere a wooden door curtain rustles as a grandmother steps outside, her silhouette etched against a sky just beginning to blush. She inhales deeply, tasting the day's first breeze, and murmurs a quick blessing that spirals skyward on her exhale, acknowledging the quiet miracle of another sunrise. In the central plaza, a small group of young apprentices gathers near the kiln, rubbing sleep from their eyes while tugging brightly woven sashes tight around their waists. Their teacher a potter with hands the color of river clay and eyes that glimmer like obsidian chip sets 3 damp jars on a low bench. Each vessel bears shallow incisions, spirals, zigzags, and concentric circles that echo the night sky's constellations. Today, she says in a voice soft enough not to disturb the lingering hush, you will learn how fire finishes what hands begin. She explains that the kiln's heat must rise gradually, the way trust grows between strangers, lest hairline cracks bloom into full fractures. The apprentices nod, eager yet nervous, aware that even a whisper-thin flaw can betray hours of careful shaping. Their teacher shows them how to arrange juniper branches so flames lick upward in a steady dance, not a frantic leap, and she demonstrates the sprinkle of powdered sandstone that tempers sudden heat. As the kiln begins its low roar, the apprentices feel its warmth kiss their shins. They trade shy smiles, sensing that in the union of clay and fire they too will be transformed, hardened, yes, but also made resonant, able to sing when struck by the lightest fingertip. A few paces away, the village's youngest children emerge from their homes, each clutching a tiny cedar twig or smooth pebble tokens gifted by parents to remind them that even small things hold stories. They shuffle toward the storyteller's platform, where the keeper of stories sits cross-legged with a woven bag resting in his lap. The bag bulges with carved figurines, miniature bison, dancing corn maidens, coyote tricksters, and sky serpents coiled in mid-storm. One by one, the children drop their pebbles and twigs into a shallow bowl at his feet. In exchange, they receive a figurine chosen by the keeper's discerning fingers. Today, a shy girl with braids receives a tiny owl carved from bone. A rambunctious boy is handed a turquoise frog, no larger than his thumbnail. Whispered gasps ripple through the group as each child examines their new charge, fingerprints already polishing the surfaces to a soft shine. The keeper clears his throat, a sound like wind brushing dried leaves, and begins weaving a tale that braids all the figurines into a single adventure. His voice rises and falls gently, turning the plaza into an invisible river of narrative in which every child drifts, paddling with imagination instead of arms. Beyond the plaza, the irrigation canal murmurs its perpetual lullaby, winding through fields where corn stalks stand like green sentinels. Two brothers stride along the embankment, carrying clay pots fitted with narrow spouts. They pause at regular intervals, tilting the pots so small streams trickle into thirsty furrows branching off the canal. Each tilt is a silent calculation. Too little water, and the soil will parch. Too much, and roots will drown. As they work, the older brother points out subtle signs only keen eyes catch. The darker hue where the earth is perfectly moist, the droop of a leaf hinting at hidden pests. The younger brother listens, absorbing knowledge the way cracked soil absorbs rain. He asks whether singing truly helps corn grow tall. The elder grins and begins a slow, rhythmic chant. The younger joins in, his voice cracking with puberty's uncertainties, yet the harmony pleases them both. Their song drifts over the fields, entwining with rustling leaves until the entire valley seems to hum in quiet contentment, a living chord echoing between earth and sky. Near the village edge, the weaver's ramada bustles with purposeful energy. Sunlight slants through slats of willow branches overhead, striping the looms with bands of gold. 3 women work side by side, their shuttles flying in graceful arcs, pulling dyed cotton threads through taut warps. Mauve from crushed berries, indigo from ground mineral, and a warm amber distilled from sunflower petals combine in patterns inspired by last night's dance. Concentric rings signifying drum beats, feathered chevrons mirroring dancers' footsteps, and delicate white dots recalling sparks that spiraled above the ceremonial fire. Every so often, one weaver pauses to sip water flavored with mint leaves, eyes narrowing as she assesses her progress. She speaks softly about balance, how colors must converse rather than quarrel, how negative space gives patterns room to breathe. The younger weavers nod, letting her words sink beneath their conscious thoughts, where they will unfurl later like seeds in fertile soil. A gentle breeze toys with loose threads, and for a heartbeat, the whole ramada rustles like a living loom, weaving sunlight, voices, and wind into an unseen tapestry that blankets the day. Just past mid-morning, the healer emerges from her shade-cooled dwelling, carrying a shallow basket lined with fresh sage sprigs. She crosses the plaza to the riverbank, where smooth stones warm in the rising sun. There she arranges the sage in a spiral, places 4 quartz crystals at cardinal points, and begins grinding dried willow bark with a stone pestle. A young mother approaches, infant swaddled snugly against her chest, seeking relief for the child's persistent cough. The healer smiles, brushes a strand of silver hair from her brow, and sprinkles powdered bark onto a thin cloth. She folds it neatly, handing it to the mother with instructions to steep the packet in hot water, letting the steam bathe the infant's breath. As they speak, the healer gently presses 3 fingers against the baby's tiny sternum, feeling the flutter of lungs still learning the cadence of life. She hums a note calibrated to the baby's breathing, and for a moment mother and child sway in time, their bodies leaning toward the healer's song as flowers turn toward sunlight. When they leave, gratitude glistens in the mother's eyes like dew, and the healer returns to her basket, renewed by the exchange. Meanwhile, atop the highest rooftop, the star watcher hunkers beneath a shade awning, carefully inscribing last night's observations onto a polished shale tablet. She pauses often to sip water and stretch her cramped fingers, then resumes etching tiny dots and connecting lines the moon's location at its zenith, the minute shift of Antares toward the horizon, the meteor streak she glimpsed in the owl hour. Though daylight now floods the sky, she works with the same reverence she afforded the night, for she knows that patterns in shadow dictate rhythms in light. When finished, she nestles the tablet inside a clay jar, sealing it with a plug of waxy sap. This record will join rows of similar jars in a subterranean chamber, a time-stacked library ensuring future generations will plant, harvest, and celebrate in step with celestial choreography. As she rises, her gaze sweeps the village below, potters laughing near the kiln, children clustered around the storyteller, brothers singing over water, and she feels the world click into alignment, each roll a star in a greater constellation of purpose. At the stone-grinding area, two grandfathers demonstrate the craft of shaping manos to a circle of adolescents eager to prove strength. Each teen hefts a rough granite chunk, striking it against harder stone to knock away sharp edges. "Listen," one grandfather says, holding his mano to his ear after each strike. The stone talks back. The teens tilt their heads, catching subtle tones, a dull thud indicating weakness, a crisp ring signaling resilience. Sweat beads at their temples, forearms tense, yet the grandfathers urge patience, not power. "You court the stone," they explain. "You don't conquer it." After an hour, the rough shapes resemble smooth river pebbles. The grandfathers guide fingers along surfaces, pointing out imperfections, encouraging adjustments measured in heartbeats rather than seconds. When a teen produces a mano that hums perfectly against the metate, the group erupts in quiet cheers, and the youth grin shines bright as noon sun on water. Each adolescent leaves carrying a new tool and a deeper respect for dialogue, between stone and hand, between teacher and learner, between aspiration and achievable form. By midday, the aroma of simmering stew curls through alleys like an invisible ribbon, drawing villagers toward the communal hearth where lunch is nearly ready. In a wide clay kettle, beans soften beside cubes of pumpkin, flecks of chili, and slivers of dried venison rehydrating into tender morsels. A grandmother stirs with a paddle carved from cottonwood, her wrists making slow circles that seem to set the air itself in gentle rotation. Children arrive first, bowls clutched eagerly, eyes widening at the swirl of colors and steam. Adults follow, forming an unhurried queue that loops around the plaza like a braided cord. A boy offers his elder a place ahead of him, and she pats his shoulder, gifting him a shell bead in thanks. When everyone has been served, a hush settles for a heartbeat. Then the village elder raises a hand, speaking a blessing that threads gratitude for soil, water, fire, and fellowship into one seamless sentence. The first spoonful tastes of sunlit fields, of rain-cooled nights, of stories shared beneath traveling constellations. And as it warms bellies, conversation rise is gentle but lively, soup and speech fueling one another in a harmonious loop. After the meal, shadows shorten and duties beckon anew. Apprentices return to the kiln, eyes shining as they glimpse their jars glowing orange inside. Weavers compare dye samples beneath direct light. Farmers head to distant terraces to mend stone borders toppled by winter frost. Yet before dispersing, many linger just a moment longer, savoring the communal afterglow, voices overlapping in friendly cadence, children giggling as they trade figurines, elders exchanging knowing nods. In that lingering, the village feels like a single organism taking a satisfied breath, lungs expanding with possibility before exhaling into individual tasks. High above, kestrel wheels in widening circles, its sharp cry slicing the sky like flint on bone. Villagers glance upward, acknowledging the bird's aerial blessing. Then, with renewed purpose, they drift off, their footfalls raising faint puffs of dust that glitter briefly in the sun before settling back into earth, dust that will soon mingle with evening's cooler air, with night's darker promises, with dawn's inevitable return. And always, beneath each step, the steady heartbeat of corn, clay, and communal fire keeps time, reminding every soul that learning never ceases, and morning itself is the first lesson of every new day. The sun has climbed to its true apex, a steady white eye hanging motionless in the deep blue vault, and the village responds with a measured calm, as though exhaling to keep the heat from growing impatient. Cicadas vibrate in the distant cottonwoods, their song a faint silver zipper pulled across the silence, and the packed earth paths shimmer where the light falls straight and true. In the center plaza, a wide circle has been swept smooth with juniper boughs. Pale dust gathers at the edges like flour raked aside from fresh dough, preparing a spotless canvas for the day's trading. Women unfold reed mats worn soft by seasons of use, laying them in careful arcs that mirror the curve of the horizon. On each mat they spread wares, pottery that remembers the kiln's orange glow, bracelets woven from yucca fiber, still carrying whisper-thin threads of desert fragrance, bundles of dried sage tied with salmon-colored twine. No one rushes. Every gesture is deliberate, a silent conversation with the watching sky, as though haste itself might crack the afternoon's fragile stillness. Children dart between mats, their laughter quickly subdued to murmurs of awe whenever a new treasure is revealed. Above them, swallows streak across the thermal currents, stitching invisible seams that hold together day and sky. At the eastern edge of the circle, a pair of brothers arrives, leading a small line of pack dogs whose panniers bulge with red ochre chunks and obsidian flakes gathered from a recent excursion to the low mesas. The dogs trot obediently, claws ticking on terracotta dust, happy to find the shade of a woven awning erected just moments before. The older brother traces a spiral in the ground with his toe before unloading the stones, marking the boundary of their temporary stall. He stacks ochre nuggets so that sunlight ignites each piece into glowing embers of color, proof that even inanimate earth carries fire inside. His younger sibling arranges obsidian blades in a precise fan, edges facing inward, the glossy surfaces reflecting visitors' curious faces as they lean close. A grandmother with hair braided in silver approaches, trading a coil basket of dried blueberries for a fist-sized shard that will become a new scraper. She rolls the blade in her palm, admiring how it drinks the light, then thanks the brothers with a short song that mimics the rhythm of migrating cranes. The brothers bow, accepting the blessing on behalf of the silent cliffs that offered the stone. Farther along, 3 potters display vessels still warm from this morning's firing. The largest jar rests on a cushion of river grass, its shoulders painted with concentric moons that fade to thin pale crescents near the mouth. Beside it stands a set of drinking cups darkened by smoky reduction, each cup decorated with white slip dots that spiral like star clusters. The potters welcome questions, and a cluster of teenagers gathers, brushing fingertips over the smooth rims. One potter breaks a shard from a less-than-perfect bowl to demonstrate the cross-section, revealing the tight, even layers of tempered clay. She taps it gently, producing a bright chime that lingers like wind chimes in a distant grotto. The teenagers grin, practicing their own taps until they coax similar notes from the cups. Laughter drifts upward, caught and cradled by the dry heat, before floating off toward the river. Nearby, the pottery master sits quietly, his presence lending the stall an aura of hush, like a guardian spirit observing how each piece chooses its next steward. At the north quadrant, the weavers have transformed their space into a tapestry of hanging skeins indigo, cedar brown, soft salmon, and a surprising shot of vibrant cactus flower magenta. They loop the threads from willow frames so that shifting air teases out individual strands, creating a shimmering curtain that ripples with every footstep. Patrons run hands across the fiber, feeling the slight tug of spin and twist, appreciating how even a thread carries the story of field, dye bath, and patient wrist. A young father selects a braided belt dyed in concentric sunset hues for his daughter's coming-of-age dance. He trades 2 arrowheads and a polished river shell, placing them on the mat with a gentle clink. The lead weaver ties the belt around her own waist first, chanting a blessing that promises safe passage through every stage of life, then loosens the knot and passes the belt to the father. He presses it to his lips, sealing gratitude with a breath, and tucks it carefully into a leather pouch that smells faintly of juniper smoke and cedar resin. The midday heat deepens, but a cooling current slides down the canyon, stirring the festival into renewed motion. At the south end, hunters lay out hides tanned to suede soft perfection, some inked with subtle pictographs of spiraling bison tracks, others left plain as open desert so new stories can be painted later. A visiting trader from upriver kneels, inspecting a deerskin stretched drum-tight across a bent wood hoop. He flicks the hide with 2 fingers, listening for resonance, and nods appreciatively at the warm tone. In exchange, he offers a bundle of river reed flutes, whose finger holes are ringed with turquoise inlay. The hunter's lead elder tests a flute, letting a low, breathy trill drift across the circle. It melts into the hush like smoke sinking through water. Children nearby pause mid-game, eyes luminous as firelight catching mica flecks in clay. The trade is sealed with a handshake, palms pressed together until pulses synchronize, hearts messaging a promise of continued friendship long after the goods themselves have traveled onward. Near the well where chilled clay jugs sweat gentle beads of moisture, the healer sets up her modest station, a low table draped in white ash cloth. From linen pouches she pours dried petals, bark slivers, and quartz grit into shallow bowls arrayed like little moons around the sun. Visitors stop not merely to buy, but to seek counsel. Each ailment is invited into the light, named softly, then answered with poultice, tea, or charm. A young runner complains of knees that throb after long treks. He receives comfrey leaves wrapped in greasy bear fat, instructions to rest under shade, and a simple mantra to focus his breath. An elder describes dreams thick with thunder. She is given mugwort bundle, told to place it above her doorway so the dreams find a gentler route. Payment is fluid, sometimes a sweetgrass braid, sometimes a story, sometimes nothing but a sincere promise to pass kindness forward. The healer keeps no ledger. She measures wealth in the ripple of healthier laughter, the wider arcs of movement she witnesses days later. The quieter breaths at night, fire circles when pain has loosened its grip. Amid the trading bustle, the keeper of stories walks slowly, greeting villagers with small nods, taking note of every new object as though cataloging threads for future tailies. He pauses by the obsidian stall, plucks a slender blade between thumb and first two fingers, feeling the chill of volcanic birth trapped in glass. Later, this blade may become the pivot point of a story about patience or transformation. He moves to the tapestry curtain, tracing the magenta warp, imagining how that bold ribbon might weave through a narrative of courage. Finally, at the pottery mat, he sets his palm atop the jar with moon crescents, absorbing the jar's subtle heat and quietly recording its weight, shape, and song. These silent collections feed his invisible library of prompts, ensuring that each night when children or elders ask for a fresh adventure, he has new sparks to fan into flame. Knowledge travels beneath his calm exterior like groundwater, unseen yet nourishing everything that grows above. As afternoon shadows begin to stretch, the trading circle shifts from bustling tide to contemplative eddy. Deals conclude, gestures slow. Sellers tuck unsold wares into woven bags lined with river sand to cushion fragile edges. A mother loosens her shawl, fanning her sleeping infant, whose cheeks glow peach-soft in dappled shade. Nearby, two elders share thin slices of dried melon, chewing slowly as they recall a festival from 50 winters ago when a solar eclipse turned noon to dim twilight. Their voices weave memory into the present, tying generations like knots on a cord. Overhead, the sun's brilliance softens, its fierce gaze mellowing to a gentle gold that drapes across shoulders like an offered blanket. A drumbeat starts at the plaza's heart-steady, unhurried, echoing the afternoon's pulse. People gather into a loose circle, some swaying, some simply breathing in time. The drum reminds them that every heartbeat is also a trade. Breath for life, silence for rhythm, time for experience. Before the market dissolves completely, the youngest children step forward for a tradition older than the memory of names. Each child carries the small token they were given that morning. Bone owl, turquoise frog, mica-flecked stone. They place these tokens at the drum's base, creating a tiny galaxy of symbols that glimmer in the lowering sun. The drum keeper dips a willow switch into a bowl of ochre water, flicking red droplets over the tokens, so they sparkle like distant stars awakening at dusk. He chants that these offerings ensure tomorrow's trade will be generous, tomorrow's stories rich, tomorrow's dreams benevolent. The children watch wide-eyed, absorbing the notion that generosity spirals outward like ripples from a stone, that what is given in trust always circles back in some elegantly altered form. When the final droplet lands, the drumbeat slows, then stops. Silence settles as gently as snow, soft and paradoxically warm. Packing now complete, families depart in small clusters. The brothers load their dogs once more, tying panniers snug before setting off toward the charcoal foothills, where their mother waits with evening stew. The potters form a single file, balancing wrapped vessels atop heads, silhouettes elongated by gold light that turns adobe to honeyed amber. Weavers link arms and stroll toward the dye ramada, humming half-forgotten lullabies. The plaza empties, save for a last swirl of dust kicked up by the fading breeze. In that dusty swirl hangs the scent of sage, ochre, corn, and sweat, an aromatic ledger of the day's commerce. Overhead, a single cloud drifts east like a slow-moving canoe, its edges lit pink by the lowering sun, forecasting the tender hush soon to blanket the village when night follows the path paved by trade and gratitude. At the plaza's perimeter, the healer lingers, hands resting lightly on the rim of her nearly empty basket. She surveys the space with eyes soft as dusk, noting where footprints overlap so densely they create a pale mosaic. Those prints tell their own story, who wandered broad circles comparing goods, who darted straight toward a single treasure, who paced nervously before trading a memory-laden heirloom for desperate medicine. She breathes in, lets the history settle on her tongue, and releases it with a humming sigh that tastes like sweetgrass smoke. Satisfied, she turns toward her dwelling, where she will inventory what little remains: 2 sage bundles, a single sprig of mint, 3 quartz chips, and feel rich beyond measure, because every gift she gave has begun its journey into healing. Her footsteps raise small puffs of dust, carrying the day's last echoes into twilight's opening arms, sewing shut the seam between commerce and calm so night can slip easily across the village, tucking everyone beneath its quiet wing. The heat of early afternoon has mellowed into a gentler radiance, and the village drifts inside a hush that feels like a long, measured inhale, held just beneath the ribs. Cornfields bordering the dwellings sway in slow unison, tassels brushing one another with lazy sighs as dragonflies patrol the air iridescent, guardians sketching quick silver sigils against an otherwise unhurried sky. Each polished adobe wall glows golden in the lowering light, rays catching on flecks of mica embedded in the clay, so that the houses themselves appear to breathe sparks. Somewhere near the river, a chorus of cicadas dials back its feverish hum to a soft clicking, as if even their relentless hearts have decided to lean into the lull. In this pause between trade and evening ritual, the village lingers in a pocket of cool, shadowed calm. Every heartbeat seems to stretch, elongating time until moments feel wide enough to cradle reflection. Under the shelter of a cottonwood's broad canopy, a grandmother sits cross-legged beside her granddaughter, teaching the patient art of twining corn husk fibers into a protective talisman meant to dangle above a sleeping infant's cradle. The husk, soaked earlier in warm river water, now bend willingly, pliant as dawn light sliding over smooth clay. The elder's fingers guide, pause, guide again, each slow gesture, accompanied by a whispered story of how corn originally volunteered to feed humankind when other plants remained silent. The child listens, lips parted, eyes avid, mirroring each twist until the husks begin to braid themselves into a looping lattice. A hush blankets the lesson. Only the occasional rustle of dry leaves punctuates the air as the cottonwood sways. By the time the final knot is tied, late-day sunlight filters through the weave, scattering delicate spokes of gold onto the girl's forearms, and the grandmother, satisfied, presses the finished charm to her granddaughter's chest so she can feel the quiet strength coiled inside. Farther west, 2 adolescent water carriers tread a well-worn ditch path, balancing clay jars against their hips. They jostle playfully, trading exaggerated tales of the morning's trading circle. How one swore he saw a piece of sky trapped inside an obsidian blade. How another imagined the weaver's magenta threads were spun from dawn itself. At each irrigation gate they tilt their jars cool water, gurgling into narrow furrows that snake toward thirsty bean plants climbing their corn-grown ladders. Between stops they practice a call and response song, voices leaping like river spray, notes echoing across fields, until larks pause to listen. Their laughter, light but resonant, travels farther than the water does, drenching rows of green with a different kind of sustenance, one that makes leaves quiver, as if humor itself is a wind. In a shaded alcove near the plaza's north wall, 4 drummers sit polishing hide-topped instruments with fragrant bear fat in preparation for the evening's mid-season corn dance. Each drummer circles his palms slowly across the taut hide, warming the surface until it gleams, until it replies with a muted hum that promises deeper thunder once struck. They test rhythms on their knees, thumb, heel of hand, pause, let the patterns settle into muscle memory, then fall silent again, listening for the heartbeats of one another. A young singer steps into the cadence with a low hum, layering tone atop potential, his voice weaving an auditory horizon no crowd has yet glimpsed. Even those passing by on errands instinctively shorten their strides, reluctant to disturb the music still incubating in that hush. The air, heavy with possibility, holds its breath the way earth holds seed before the first rain. Beyond the last row of dwellings, the healer wades knee-deep into a patch of wild yarrow that glows under late-day light like a scatter of small suns. She murmurs thanks to each plant before snipping blossoms, tucking them into a pouch woven from willow bark. Every few steps she pauses, breathing in the mingled scents of resin and river mud, tuning her senses to the faint pulses of herbal potency. When her basket is 3/4 full, she shifts her attention to a thicket of rabbit-brush blooming yellow against dusty soil. Benching a leaf, she inhales the sharp, medicinal tang, evaluating its readiness to join tonight's brew meant for easing aching joints. A pair of quail scurries by, tiny plumes bobbing, and the healer laughs quiet as a gust, riffing through grass grateful for earthly reminders that healing is as much about joy as it is about salves. Near the kiln that once radiated dawn's ferocity, the potters open their straw-covered pits to check vessels cooling within charcoal's soft rubble. Each pot is cradled like a newborn, lifted on folded claws to keep residual heat from shocking fragile rims. Pigmented slips painted earlier now reveal their true shades in the muted glow. Deep terra rose lines spiral over dove-gray bodies, while crescent moons glazed in bone-white ring interiors like silent bells. One potter rubs a vessel's shoulder, listening for the crystalline ping that confirms its strength. Another breathes across a cup's surface, watching fog swirl then vanish, verifying the seal is without micro-cracks. A sense of completion settles among them, but it is not pride alone. They understand that every successful firing belongs equally to clay mined by cousins, water drawn by brothers, fuel gathered by children, and songs sung by ancestors who first coaxed earth to hold flame. Atop a low rooftop near the plaza's center, the Star Watcher unfurls a small hide map dotted with yesterday night's chalk marks. She places it under the afternoon sun to let lingering dew dry, then kneels to scribe fresh annotations recording the sun's present arc. Her stylish shape from hollow bird bone scritches lightly against hide, leaving faint trails that will later direct when to plant second cycle squash and how to time the night vigil for the meteor cluster known to her people as Corn Mother's Tears. Though daylight still rules the sky, she feels night's approach beneath her skin, a vibration like distant hooves traveling through bedrock. With one hand she shades her eyes, tracking a red-tailed hawk riding invisible spirals, noting the angle between its path and the sun's glare. That angle, she knows, will echo inside tonight's constellations, a subtle harmony connecting skyborn hunter with ground-grown seed. Children, flush from games that grew louder once the trading circle dispersed, now gather under a crooked mesquite where the keeper of stories sits sharpening a slender reed pen. They collapse onto the cool dirt, cheeks rosy, limbs shining with dust, still panting from tag. The keeper smiles, finishes honing the pen's tip, then dips it into a tiny pot of ink brewed from soot and yucca resin. On a length of deerskin, stretched smooth against a flat board, he begins to sketch a quick pictograph of the day's trade. Ochre blocks radiating lines, a magenta thread looping like dawn, a drum with small starbursts to mark the children's offerings. The kids watch wide-eyed as their morning tokens transform into story symbols. They lean so close their shadows merge, pooling over the deerskin like midnight water. When the final mark dries, the keeper gently fans the piece, then rolls it tight and ties it with a strip of rabbit hide. "Tonight," he whispers, "we'll unfurl this under the hearth glow, and you'll hear how these shapes become a pathway for the moon to follow." The children squeal softly, a ripple of glee quickly subdued as they remember the afternoon hush, but the brightness in their eyes flares unabated. Across the plaza, shadow fingers stretch longer, slipping between benches, licking at adobe corners, cooling the thick air with each incremental advance. A line of women moves from house to house, placing smooth stones heated near the communal fire into shallow pits around young chili plants, trapping warmth the way a blanket snugs around a sleeping child. They speak sparingly small notes about which plants looked thirsty at midday, which leaves curled suspiciously, but mostly they listen. To the whisper of wind skimming rooftops, to the clink of pottery in the distance, to the hush that descends whenever a cloud slides over the sun. Each stone placed is a promise that night's cool breath will not bite tender stems. Each promise is an echo of earlier generations who learned this simple alchemy of earth and heat, passing it on like a lullaby that fits snugly into the folds of daily practice. Finally, a conch shell horn resounds low, mellow, vibrating through rib cages like distant thunder. Its call signals the moment when day surrenders to evening preparation. In response, doors open, voices lift, and subtle energies shift. The potters carry their new vessels toward storage rooms where they'll age before use. The drummers assemble around the plaza's hearth to rehearse final patterns. The healer strings bundles of yarrow beneath her eaves to dry in night breezes heavy with moonrise moisture. Yet even amid this stir, the atmosphere remains gentle, cushioned by the memory of midday quiet. Above, the sun hovers just above the horizon, a molten coin melting into bronze ready to slip behind the canyon wall, but generous enough to paint the sky apricot and rose one more time before vanishing. The villagers pause to watch, hearts sensing to that cosmic departure, and as the last wedge of fire dips away, they smile each person, cupping the slow goodbye like a warm ember held carefully between palms, knowing it will never truly extinguish, but travel instead through memory, through story, through the glow that will soon leap from fresh-kindled night fires across the welcoming plaza once again. The sun's last ember has slipped beneath the canyon rim, and a hush, at once solemn and expectant, settles over the village like a soft cloak lined with flickering anticipation. In that breath-long stillness, Every sound stands out in crystalline relief. The distant chuckle of the river tumbling over basalt, the soft whir of night wings unfurling above the corn, the faint creak of a cedar beam cooling in shadow. One by one, door curtains rustle as families emerge, each person painted by the changing light faces now kissed bronze by lingering dusk, hair catching the first shy gleam of the rising moon. A grandmother pauses at her threshold to strike flint against quartz, coaxing a spray of sparks into her fire bowl. When flame catches, she cups it in both palms as though it were a newborn's pulse, then tips it into a waiting torch. All along the plaza, similar pinpoints bloom until the earth-bound stars echo those coming alive overhead, and the space between them the hush feels thin enough to see through, as if worlds might overlap with a single inhale. Near the plaza's center, the drummers assemble around the main hearth, their instruments now gleaming after afternoon polishing. Each drumhead is circled by a halo of fresh bare fat that shimmers in the fire's first glow, promising a voice both deep and velvet soft. The lead drummer raises his mallet, not yet striking, while dancers gather at the perimeter, adjusting sashes dyed sunset magenta and checking that shell anklets lie flat against calves. Children rumble with suppressed excitement until a mother's gentle hush ripples through them, reminding all that the night's ceremony honors the corn spirits who feed both body and dream. Elder women carry small clay bowls of roasted meal to sprinkle at the four directions. Their footfalls are measured, purposeful, a living compass aligning earth and sky. When the last grain taps the dust, the lead drummer lowers his mallet until it hovers a hair's breadth above hide stillness, so taut it thrums. A single heartbeat later he strikes, one resonant boom that rolls outward like the first raindrop on parched soil, and everything, torches, breath, pulse answers. The dancers step forward in unison, 8 women and 8 men, mirroring phases of the waxing moon. Their first footfall lands softly, gathering dusk beneath moccasins. The second stamps firmly, convincing the earth to wake from afternoon repose. Each movement is deliberate yet fluid, arms sweeping arcs that echo raven wings, knees bending in quiet homage to sprouting corn. Shell anklets chatter a counter rhythm, bright and staccato, twining around the drum's deep heartbeat, like weaving weft around warp. Children's eyes widen at the transformation. The very adults who only hours earlier bartered hides and herbs now inhabit a mythic dimension where gesture becomes language older than words. Each swirl of a fringed sash seems to pull light from the torches, braiding ember orange into midnight blue, until the dancers wear dusk itself as a living garment. As the dance settles into its first long cadence, 2 healers circle the gathered spectators, trailing a thin ribbon of sage smoke that curls into braids of silver perfume. Each spectator leans back slightly, letting the smoke kiss hair, brow, shoulders, offering space for burdens to loosen. A young father closes his eyes and exhales the hard knot of worry that lodged in his chest when his daughter's cough deepened last moon. A potter breathes out the tension of yesterday's cracked bowl, letting failure melt into possibility. A recent widow lifts her chin, inviting the sage to fill freshly carved hollows inside her grief. The smoke rises toward the stars, now strong, precise pinpricks, and seems to stitch a seam between human ache and cosmic vastness, promising that nothing, not even sorrow, is beyond the weave of renewal. Under the kiva ladder's shadow, the keeper of stories opens a narrow reed flute, carved decades ago when his own teacher first guided his tongue into the shape of breath lore. He lifts it to his lips, waits for a gap between drum phrases, then releases a single note long, pure, as pale as moon milk poured onto cool stone. The sound threads through the drum's cavernous throb like a silver fish gliding upriver against steady current, light on muscle yet unstoppable. Listeners feel their ribs widen, making room for the note's slender brightness. It hovers, then divides into a descending pair of tones that mimic twin stars circling each other across unimaginable black. The flute's voice slips into dancers' ears, guiding hip turns, elbow angles, even the timing of a shared breath, the way a gentle wind coaxes reeds to sway in rhythm they did not invent, but instantly recognize. At the plaza's edge, potters arrange their newest vessels in a crescent, mouths facing inward to capture song. Each jar's shape funnels vibration down to its belly, where it will ferment for days, seasoning the clay with memory of heartbeat and flute. A girl scarcely older than 10 kneels beside the largest storage jar, pressing one ear to its warm flank. She giggles as the drumming resonates in that hollow space, magnified yet softened, like thunder heard from beneath a thick blanket. Her uncle motions her closer and whispers that the jar will remember this night, will share its stored corn with greater sweetness, because music seeped into every pore. The girl's eyes widen with the electricity of understanding that objects, like people, taste and carry stories, and she gently pats the jar's side, promising to bring her own song tomorrow, so the vessel may drink again. High above, the star watcher reclines on her rooftop observatory, slate tablet, balanced on knees. With ink pooled in a tiny dish, she sketches a swift map of the sky's shifting tapestry, Jupiter inching toward the Singer constellation, the faint smear of a nascent meteor shower near eastern ridge. Each quick stroke glints in torchlight before drying matte. Between notations, she lets her gaze drift to the ceremony below, torches flaring, dancers pirouetting, drums spilling sound like molten copper. She sees these motions as another constellation, earthbound but no less eternal, and marks a corresponding symbol along the tablet's southern border, a stylized spiral with tiny feet, denoting the human dance. Future star watchers will decode the mark and understand that on this date, under this specific sky, the corn dance braided villages and heavens, in synchrony, tight enough for orbits to notice. The second movement of the dance begins a faster tempo that ripples across the plaza like wind racing through wheat. Drummers double their strikes. Boom tap tap, boom tap tap. Mallets bouncing so swiftly torchlight blurs around their wrists. Dancers respond with heel stamps that ignite minuscule puffs of dust, each flare lit amber by fire. Dust rises just high enough to catch lamplight before dissolving back to earth, mimicking the cycle of spirit into body, prayer into action. In this heightened rhythm, spectators feel pulses quicken. Some tap feet subconsciously, others sway shoulders in gentle mimicry. The night's energy builds, but never tips into frenzied discipline braided tightly with joy, keeps the pattern intact, like a potter's steady hand guiding slip paint, so lines remain clear, even as imagination swirls. From between adobe shadows, a trio of youths steps forward, carrying baskets of roasted blue-corn dumplings and thin strips of mesquite-glazed rabbit. They weave among spectators, offering morsels between verses. The food, still warm, perfumes the air with nutty sweetness that mingles with torch smoke and sage, creating an aroma thick enough to taste with simply a breath. Each bite grounds revelers to body and soil, even as drums tempt spirits skyward. One elder, accepting a dumpling, murmurs that celebration must always feed the flesh, so the soul has a house sturdy enough to dance longer. Nearby the healer nods, slipping a sliver of rabbit beneath her tongue, then presses a second piece into the widow's hand, encouraging grief to remember flavor. When the final drum phrase decelerates, dancers lower arms in graceful arcs, shells settling in hushed clinks like distant rainfall ending. A long exhalation ripples through the plaza wind through grass blades after a storm's passage. The lead drummer rests mallet across drumhead, signaling closure but not finality. Echoes will continue inside ribs and jars for many nights more. Two acolytes carry clay bowls of river water, circling dancers so they may sprinkle droplets over limbs, slick with sweat acknowledging water's partnership in every seed's journey to mouth. Torches are doused one by one, each hiss a tiny serpent of steam rising to vanish among constellations now blazing in unclouded glory. Only the communal hearth remains alight, red logs sighing as they settle, casting soft halos on faces that glow with after-dance mercy. Gradually villagers disperse, some to sleepy children, drooping against hips, others to quiet rooftops where they will recount the dance in whisper and gesture until words blur into yawns. The Star Watcher closes her tablet, head still tilted skyward, content that tonight's ledger includes both heaven's chart and earth's choreography. The potters cover their jars with woven lids, tucking them under leather to absorb residual warmth and story. The keeper of stories slips his flute into a cotton sleeve scented with sweetgrass, already humming how tonight's melody will seed tomorrow's tale. Last to leave the plaza is the healer, empty basket swinging at her elbow. She pauses at the hearth, scoops a single ember into a shell, and carries it to her doorway, a promise that the night's lessons will glow softly until dawn's gentle hand writes the next chapter across sky and soil alike. The village lies wrapped in a velvet hush, now that the last torch has hissed itself to sleep, its scent of damp cedar lingering like a lullaby half remembered. Only the communal hearth glows, cored with coals the color of pomegranate seeds, a gentle pulse that proves the day still breathes, even while every roof beam and cornstalk settles into dream. Walls once sunbright now dissolve into blue shadow. Paths that bustled with trade are soft plaques of moon-washed dust, etched only by a dog's slow wanderings. If you stand very still, you can hear silence wearing many skins, faint river murmurs stitched to cricket metronomes, a night wind combing husks in the far field, a single beam creaking as it exhales stored sun. Beneath these layered stillnesses, hearts beat slower, muscles unclench, and breath joins an invisible choir tuned to the same unhurried key that cradles sleeping corn and distant canyon stones alike. High on the tallest rooftop, the Star Watcher unrolls a deerskin sky map that smells of smoke and rain, its surface pricked with tiny ochre dots marking last season's eclipses. Two apprentices, blankets around shoulders, settle beside her, eyes wide pools reflecting constellations in their first bold bloom. She speaks barely above a whisper, so not even shadows feel jostled, naming the bright wanderers, javelin bearer rising, dove of returning rains hovering at zenith, and the faint spatter of meteors foretold by jars of past record. With a raven feather stylus, she traces arcs in the air, showing how tonight's geometry will guide the second planting of squash, how a particular star's wink predicted yesterday's safe firing of pottery, and how every shimmer overhead seeds choices on earth. The apprentices lean nearer, breath frosting, absorbing the unspoken lesson that to measure the heavens is to court patience, for sky stories unravel across lifetimes, yet every glint of ice-white light is also immediate, intimate, personal. Down in the plaza, a handful of older children cluster in a crescent near the banked hearth where the keeper of stories waits. Reed flute still warm in his lap, he smooths dust with a fingertip, sketching a spiral that begins wide, then coils tight, explaining that time itself curls like this wide daylight loops, tightening into deep night mystery before widening again at dawn. When the spiral's heart is no larger than a pebble, he lifts the flute and releases a note that glows in the dark like ember dust caught on wind. Then comes the tale, how the first maize kernel leapt skyward, searching for its lost twin, pierced midnight's roof, and spilled sparks that became stars, the oldest sibling of every corn stalk, still listening for that echo. Each child pictures skies cracked open, like a clay pot dropped, imagines tiny seeds tumbling outward to lamp the endless above. As the story coils to its hush, shoulders sag with contentment, eyelids droop, and unspoken gratitude pools between heartbeats, shimmering like starlight on river eddies. Beneath the plaza's southern lip, the dream walker descends the kiva ladder, each rung a quiet drumbeat, echoing thigh to chest. The chamber below is cool, fragrant with crushed sage and pinches of turquoise dust that gleam faintly in ember glow from a ceremonial dish. Kneeling, she arranges 4 agate stones at cardinal points, then sprinkles dried yarrow blossoms so their papery husks whisper tiny greetings to unseen guardians. From a pouch she draws a braid of sweetgrass, ignites its tip, and fans the smoke with a dove-wing fan, chanting breathy syllables that unlace the membrane between waking and dream. Tonight she will walk in search of a young hunter's recurring vision antlers turning to rivers, rivers to ropes, ropes to songs whose lyrics vanish on waking. Her spirit will map this labyrinth, marking safe crossings with bundles of cedar light, leaving breadcrumb notes in places only dawn's breeze can read. While her body keeps still time with earth, her awareness steps onto pathways paved in moon dust and magenta feather, barefoot, unhurried, utterly at ease. Beyond adobe silhouettes, 2 night guardians pace the perimeter, moccasins kissing dust so lightly even field mice keep napping. One carries a bow strung with sinew that hums when desert wind shifts. The other grips a cedar staff polished by years of palm sweat and prayer oil. They are not wary so much as attentive noses testing air for the resin tang of far-off lightning, ears tuned to the 3-beat gallop of a moth's wings, eyes sliding between layers of shadow to catch subtle tremors. A coyote's distant yip lifts into the stillness. The guardians exchange a soft laugh, recognizing the trickster's nightly census call. They answer with a gentle whistle that says, "We see you, brother. Hunt well," then continue, comforted by reminder that all wanderers, furred, feathered, or 2-legged, share these hours under the same dome of breathing darkness. At the river's bend, just past the first cornstalks, moonlight paints silver ribbons on sluggish water, where night herons step like thoughts across dreams. Frogs pluck harp strings and bull-throated chords, while willow branches scratch the surface, scribbling secret runes only minnows can decode. Somewhere upstream, beavers slap tails in quiet industry, damming trickles to broaden future pools. Every rustle and splash, though unscripted, folds into a symphony that rocks the village toward deeper rest. The sound weft drifts over soil, through open door curtains around cooling kilns, and across families curled beneath woven blankets, soothing any leftover edges of wakefulness more effectively than lullaby or herb. Inside one low house, a new mother lies on her side, forearms circling the bundle of her sleeping infant, whose breath puffs milk sweet against her wrist. The fire pit is banked with ash, yet a single coal keeps red vigil, lighting her face just enough to show a smile sliding behind fatigue. She listens to her baby's lungs gather and release night air, marvels that each tiny exhale helps measure time. This night, this life more truly than any star map. Nearby, her partner adds a pinch of crushed sage to the coal, ensuring dreams drift gently, carried on fragrance of renewal. Moments later, sleep overtakes them too, bodies trusting the earth floor's steady support, fantasies already spooling with images shaped by earlier drums and still glowing dance steps. Above rooftops, the Milky Way flings itself across blackness, a white ash river winding toward destinations no paddle has touched. Meteors flare silent, startling punctuation, each dissolving before its light fully registers, yet leaving a phantom brightness on retinas and maybe on souls. The Star Watcher notes one particularly bold streak with a deft ink dash, then sets tablet aside, surrendering calculation for awe. She feels the comet's passing echo as cool tingles along forearms, recognizes that somewhere atoms of ancient fire parted just so to let her witness their farewell. Gratitude swells until it finds shape as a whispered vow to tell tomorrow's children that they too are brief flares of wonder who can nevertheless seed sky with meaning. Hours stretch, deepen, then tip toward their own horizon. The guardians sense a subtle shift, the cool air's flavor brightening, cicadas pausing, as if turning a page. In the kiva, the dream walker's lashes flutter. Her spirit steps back across the threshold, pockets lined with clues for the young hunter's puzzle. Around the hearth story, listeners have curled into quiet heaps, heads pillowed on crossed arms, and the keeper of stories gently stirs embers so sparks float high, tiny lanterns guiding stray dreams home. One by one, even coals surrender to soft gray hush. Over the river, the first band of indigo dilutes into pewter, and along the path between fields, a faint rooster coughs itself awake. Night exhales its last, threading darkness behind canyon walls, promising to return with fresh stories when the sun again slides away. For now, in that tender seam where deep night hands the world back to dawn, every soul in the village rests easy, knowing they have danced their gratitude, fed their bodies, mapped their stars, and entrusted their secret worries to the hush that has kept them company till morning's first pale syllable begins to form. The first gray breath of morning stretches timidly across the horizon, and the night sky, so recently a black velvet scroll splashed with meteors, now softens to slate, as though a careful hand washes watercolor over ink. In this earliest hush, the village lies half awake, listening to the faint promise of daybreak taking shape. A single morning dove coos from the cottonwood crown, its note a low, even hum that hums like a stone wheel turning slow. On the tallest rooftop, where the Star Watcher sat through midnight's vigil, A curl of her blanket falls away and glides to the clay below, brushing the silence as lightly as an owl's wingtip. She rises, joints creaking like cedar in cooling embers, and greets the horizon with a whispered chant, 3 steady syllables that mean, begin again. Down in the plaza, ember dust still glows beneath last night's hearth ash, tiny red gems linking a sleepy yes to the day's invitation. They warm the cool air by the faintest degree, just enough for anyone inhaling nearby to feel the ghost of yesterday's dance reside inside today's inhale. Inside a low adobe dwelling near the river path, the potter who oversaw yesterday's firing lifts her bison hide quilt with unhurried care. She sits, bare feet searching the chilled floor like roots testing soil, and lets her eyes adjust to the pearl-gray glow slanting through the reed curtain. Beside her hearth, yesterday's vessels, those she deemed strong enough to sing, await their dawn song test. She plucks the smallest cup, balanced delicately on 3 tiny feet, and taps its rim with a finger. The lasting ring vibrates in the hush, threading itself through the walls, along the roof beams, and out to the fading stars, as if announcing on behalf of all clay hearts, we held the fire. We did not break. Satisfied, she places the cup in a reed basket lined with dry corn husk, ready to gift it to the healer before sunrise, so medicine teas may steep in something worthy of their task. Her own gratitude lingers like breath on winter glass, visible for only a moment, but alive enough to warm the ribs beneath her cotton night tunic. Across the plaza, the grandmother and granddaughter who wove the corn-husk talisman now lie curled like parentheses around the night's finished charm. A single coal set aside in an ironwood dish has kept their room dusky warm and left the faint aroma of resin that hangs beneath the roof like an invisible garland. The grandmother wakes first, her silver braid slipping across her cheek. She gazes at the completed braid, its weave tight yet supple, and feels pride settle between her collarbones more gently than any feather. Without words, she traces one finger along the husk's spiral. In her mind, she follows its looping line beyond today, beyond her own years, imagining a future cradle, perhaps built by this very granddaughter, where the charm will sway and rustle lullabies of cornfield breezes. She sets it on a sun-bleached shelf near the doorway, so dawn's first light will thread through its lattice, consecrating it with daybreak's blessing, before it ever watches over an infant's sleep. Farther west, the water-carrying brothers are already on their feet, stretching shoulders still tender from yesterday's jars. They step into the deep blue pre-light and head toward the canal, their breath puffing faint clouds that drift behind them like small, reluctant spirits. The older brother breaks the hush first, humming the chant they sang across fields at midday. His younger sibling joins in, voice lower this morning, thick with sleep but earnest. Together they create a 2-part drone that floats over the bean rows and hangs above the irrigation ditch like a suspended bridge. As they reach the first gate, the younger brother pauses, noticing tiny spider webs strung between corn tassels now glittering with dew night's final gift. He sprinkles a few drops of canal water over the web, softly apologizing for disturbing the spider's silvery loom. The droplets bead and sparkle, miniature mirrors catching the infant sun, and for a breath both brothers fall silent again, humbled by how even a spider tends its farm before day fully wakes. Near the kiln, still warm enough to sigh softly through its vent, 2 apprentices stir sleeping coals into gray powder, preparing a thin bed of ash for the day's first firing. They scoop last night's charcoal shards with curved gourds, careful not to lose the powdery residue prized for slip glaze. As they work, they speak in hushed timbre of an upcoming naming ceremony, which family will host, what colors the ceremonial blankets should carry, whose voices will sing welcome to the newborn. Their talk plats practical logistics with subtle reverence, as though scheduling and sanctity are two threads of the same cord. When the ash bed is level, one apprentice blows across its surface. The faint puff sends a ghost cloud upward that glows rose gold, as sunrise finally pries open the eastern ridge. Ash settles back down like snow reversed in time, and the apprentices step away quietly, knowing the kiln now holds enough memory of both night and dawn to temper whatever new shapes it receives. In a half-lit storeroom behind the healer's dwelling, jars of dried herbs stand ranked like quiet sentinels mulling, rabbit brush, yarrow, pin and pitch, each labeled by a ryegrass tag burnt softly at the edges. The healer enters, clutching the reed basket the potter left outside, smiling at the lightness of the new cup inside thin walls strong as promise. She places it at the center of her wooden work table, then opens cedar bark shutters to let early beams paint the room honey. Mixing bowls on shelves gleam softly. Copper pestles line up like tiny sunbeams. She begins preparing a tea for the young hunter, whose dream puzzle the dream walker traced overnight pinches of juniper berry, shredded licorice root, and a single sliver of dried apple saved from last season. While water warms in a clay kettle, she turns the new cup in her hands, whispering a blessing into its hollow, certain the ceramic remembers last night's drum beats and will guide the dreamer's pulse toward steadier rhythm. Steam begins to cry softly around the kettle lid, and the healer hums along, matching its note, making a duet of water and voice. Along the south path leading to outer terraces, 3 grandfathers walk single file, each carrying a freshly carved mano in a palm like a precious stone egg. They plan to teach another set of adolescents how to grind blue corn today, beginning with the lesson that muscle alone never gentles kernel to meal. It is rhythm, breath, patience, humility. As they walk, they tell stories about their own teachers, how one learned the proper rocking motion from watching river waves under moonlight, how another discovered the importance of a smooth heartbeat during a time of illness, when grinding corn was also grinding worry into prayer. Their low voices weave through mesquite and juniper shrubs, small pockets of wisdom dropping like seeds into early morning stillness. Behind them, the first thrush whistles 3 crisp notes, as if signing the tailies into the day's official record. The keeper of stories, having tucked sleepy children into their own blankets hours earlier, now wanders the nearly empty plaza, reed flute slung by a thin leather cord across his chest. He kneels beside the spiral he traced in dust the night before, its edges smudged by a breeze or perhaps by the hoof-soft step of a wandering dog. With a smooth river pebble, he redraws the outer loops, widening them to welcome the day, then presses his palm at the center and closes his eyes. A slow inhalation fills his ribs with cool dawn. On the exhale, he whispers a promise to gather new threads before the sun climbs too high, threads of smell, taste, laughter, misstep, everything raw daylight offers that might become yarn for bedtime's tapestry. When he stands, he taps the pebble against his flute in a soft click-click rhythm, his private way of sealing vows, and pockets the stone like a co-author's signature. At the cornfield's edge, The dance leaders who last night set tempo with anklet shells now stoop to inspect stalks heaving heavy green leaves in first sun. They look for borers, feel soil with skeptical fingers, and note where dew continues to cling, indicating shade patterns they'll consider for tomorrow's irrigation schedule. Their bodies still carry traces of last night's movement, hips loose, shoulders open, yet their eyes are sharp, minds clicking briskly from beat to beetle, from shell rhythm to leaf color. One plucks a tassel, examines its pollen like gold dust, and announces softly that the next full moon will see kernels fat enough to blister under roasting stones. The other nods, already imagining how the drum cadence will slow to honor harvest. Under morning's gathering light, they pivot silently between worlds keepers of ceremony and stewards of crops, demonstrating that song and sustenance, performance and practicality are twin lungs drawing from the same air. Finally, sun clears the canyon rim fully, flooding the plaza with molten amber that puddles against adobe foundations and creeps up ladders in bright increments. Families emerge in earnest, now babies blinking, dogs shaking the ghost of sleep from fur, teenagers squinting at day's glare as if night-long dreams left bright afterimages on their retinas. The communal hearth stirs, its ash veil rustled aside by a deft pair of hands, wielding an antler-tine rake. Soon thin logs crackle, grease kettles clink, and a faint aroma of cedar-smoked maize gruel begins to saunter through streets, knocking politely on every threshold. The village, bathed in luminous warmth, breathes as one organism again, muscles primed, minds clear, hearts newly quiet. And somewhere inside each villager nestles the remembered hush of starlight and drum, of spiderweb dew and kill-ash snow. Together those memories form an interior hearth where gratitude glows all day long, ready to feed tonight's stories when darkness slips back down the sky. The sun now rides a respectful handspan above the canyon rim, bright enough to cast stout shadows, but still gentle in its caress, and the village settles into the sacred interval between the dawn meal and the midday heat, a span the elders call the hour of hands, when fingers learn, mend, and remember. A hush of focused energy replaces the yawns of waking. You can almost hear fabric tighten on looms and sinew creak inside roots as every living thing leans into purpose. Chickadees chatter from a clutch of willow branches, echoing the human murmur drifting across plaza stones, polished smooth by generations of sandaled feet. Wood smoke rises in translucent ribbons from each dwelling's vent hole, turning the crisp morning air into a canvas streaked with hints of juniper and cornmeal. Under this shifting veil, the scent of damp clay, sweet grass, and roasting pumpkin mingle until breathing feels like drinking from nature's own clay cup. With every exhale, villagers spill gratitude back into the breeze, unseen libations that bead on sunlight before vanishing into sheer blue sky. Near the riverbank, where yesterday's trade banners now lie folded like bright dreams at rest, the carpenters gather around a cedar log that drifted downstream during the last spring swell. Its bark, stripped away by waterborne journeys, gleams pale gold in the sun, veins dark as storylines running lengthwise. The master carpenter kneels, presses his ear against the trunk, and listens not to hollow knocks, but to the silence within, gauging density by the way the log swallows his heartbeat. Satisfied, he stands and marks two parallel lines with charcoal, his strokes slow, rhythmic, as if he were writing music rather than measuring timber. Apprentices watch, wide-eyed, absorbing the unspoken lesson. that every shape already slumbers inside raw material, waiting for hands patient enough to coax it awake. With stone adzes they begin trimming, each chip flying off like a flake of sunlit mica. Their cadence rises, falls, stabilizes into a shared pulse beneath conversation about where the new ladder will rest, whose feet will climb it first, and how wood that once wandered will soon anchor dreams under a fixed roof. A short walk up the path, the clay-dye circle hums with a quieter melody, the slip-slosh of pigment mixing. Potters who danced beneath moonlight now sit cross-legged around shallow bowls, grinding mineral shards into fine powder with river stones worn round as lullabies. Ochre yellows, hematite reds, and crushed turquoise glimmer like tiny galaxies at the bowl's rims. Each artist pinches a bit of powder, sprinkles it over surface water, and watches pigment bloom outward, unfurling fractal petals that vanish the instant a finger stirs. Murmured debate begins. Should this morning's stew jar where sunrise spirals, or the stacked cloud motif favored by the wheat-grass clan? A consensus rises without quarrel patterns will follow the hummingbird's flight path witnessed at yesterday's feast. Fingers tint water, brush slip onto leather-hard clay, and the vessel slowly gains a skin of traveling light, a mural of memory fixed in earth. Somewhere within the swirl of color a listener could almost hear hummingbird wings thrumming, captured not in cage or net, but in the amber pause of pigment against pot. Across the plaza, the weaver's ramada glows like the inside of a golden hive. Sunbeams slice through willow slat roof, striking taut warp threads, so each hairline filament shines like a harp string. 3 looms face the open square, and at each stands a figure swaying in slow countertime to the rhythmic click of shuttle through weft. Their hips rock as if cradling invisible infants. Their shoulders ripple in sympathetic waveforms that keep tension perfect, but forgiving. Today's project is a pair of twin cradleboards commissioned by new parents from the Eastern Ridge, boards that must cradle life, yet remain light enough for long journeys. Strips of tanned deer hide wait nearby, ready to lace finished panels with soft edges that will never abrade young skin. As the shuttles race and pause, the weavers trade lullaby verses. One begins a line about foxpup ears catching early rain. Another completes it with an image of moonbeams brushing closed eyelids. The newborns, not yet arrived, are being rocked by songs stitched into fibers, while still floating on the cusp of breath. Mid-plaza, younger children cluster in a semicircle around 2 grandfathers who hold polished river pebbles in their palms. These stones, subtly flattened, serve as tested canvases for the art of seed games mathematics disguised as play. The first grandfather tosses 3 pebbles into the dust. They land in a tiny constellation that resembles the Pleiades. He asks the children to count the gaps rather than the stones, a puzzle that twists small minds into delighted knots. Giggles burst, hands shoot up, and explanations tumble forth like tiny waterfalls eager to race each other downhill. The second grandfather, grinning, shows how those gaps predict the planting distance between maize, beans, and squash in the Trio Sister Hills just over the canal. Eyes widen at the revelation that games under shade decide dinner months away. Each child receives a pebble kissed by the sun and is invited to find its shadow twin, a darker stone whose outline houses the lighter gap inside. They scatter with squeals, searching for negative spaces that will teach them positive truths. Beside the storage house, the healer's new cup already proves its worth. Steam curls from its narrow mouth, carrying fragrance of juniper licorice infusion, meant for the young hunter. She stirs with a spruce needle whisk, letting the drink's surface shudder into concentric rings that mimic the dream walker's notes scribbled earlier. Antlers, rivers, ropes, songs. The hunter approaches, shoulders still tense from restless sleep, and kneels. The healer presses the warm vessel into his hands, instructing him to inhale 3 slow times before sipping. On the third breath his lashes lift, revealing eyes cleared of last night's haze. He drinks, liquid heat flowing down throat to settle in belly like a soft drum beat, and Nod's dream ropes loosen, untangling from heart muscle. In gratitude he offers a small braid of gray wolf fur found during his last trek, a symbol of perseverance. The healer tucks it into her belt, balanced between bundles of sage and yarrow, completing the morning's subtle commerce of care. Just beyond the shadow of the tallest house, 2 sentries who guarded moonlit silence now oversee daylight's serenity. Their stances are relaxed yet alert, like bows unstrung but within reach. One scans the western bluff where lizards flash sapphire throats atop sun-baked stones. The other notes the arcs of 3 hawks surfing thermal currents, ensuring the sky writes no warning glyphs. Between observations they discuss pragmatic wonders. How last night's dance ensured the corn's tassels shifted their pollen timing to thwart pests, or why the river's song deepened half a tone after the meteor's bright slash. Such musings knit vigilance to intellectual curiosity, and every answered question breeds 2 more seeds for the keeper of stories to harvest later. When a gust ruffles basin sage on the far ridge, both men nod in unspoken agreement. Weather will hold fair until evening, just enough time for roof repairs and herb drying before the moon seeks encore. In the corner courtyard, where shadows linger longest, the dream walker returns from her inner night roads, emerging through the kiva hatch as dew pearls still cling to metate stones. She exhales a thread of song so soft it rides the river of morning air unnoticed by busier ears. Yet sensitive skins prickle as her melody brushes the village like silk. She presses her palm to the plaza dust, sketching a single spiral opposite to last night's, this one unfurling outward, signifying release. The pattern will fade within hours, erased by foot traffic, but until then it marks safe passage for dreams returning to rightful owners. She sprinkles a pinch of crushed yarrow on its center, stands, and meets the healer's gaze across the square. Their nod completes a loop of intention invisible to most yet powerful as sunrise. Now, as shadows shorten and the hour of hands nears conclusion, fragrant curls of maize gruel steamroll from household doors, winding through alleyways like wandering hush clouds, coaxing bellies to growl. Workers pause their labors, children abandon pebble constellations, apprentices wipe charcoal dust from cheeks, and a chorus of lightly rumbling stomachs harmonizes across the plaza. Families gather bowls, some newly fired, some inherited, and drift toward their chosen hearth circles. Before anyone dips a spoon, an elder lifts his cup to the east, acknowledging sun's tireless climb and the quiet, unseen labors of insects aerating soil beneath their feet. A sliding hush descends, broken only by soft clinks of ceramic and the rhythmic hum of communal thanks. First spoonfuls vanish, warming tongues and spirits alike. Conversation follows, sweet as honey drizzled over roasted squash. And woven through every bite is the certainty that morning's patient handiwork ladder hewing, thread weaving, seed game counting, brew mixing, sky noting, has already stitched resilience into the fabric of the coming afternoon, ensuring that when the sun reaches its fiercest blaze, hearts will remain soft, hands steady, and the village ready for whatever story the next shadow chooses to tell. The sun climbs past its zenith, a silent drum placed squarely in the center of the sky, and every stone, stalk, and shadow in the village adjusts to its stern cadence. Daylight no longer glances at presses. Colors that glowed honey at dawn now bleach toward bone, while adobe walls exhale stored warmth in long, wavering sighs. Chickadees retreat into willow thickets, their earlier chatter traded for the soft tick of beaks preening feathers. Even the river dims its voice, sliding around boulders as though wary of waking the drowsy noon. In this suspended hour, the village shifts into its most deliberate rhythm, each movement rationed like water from a desert spring. Footsteps shorten, and spoken words pass from mouth to ear in half-whispers, conserving both breath and temperament. Yet beneath the hush, purpose hums a muted loom, working steady thread, weaving resilience into the warp of daily life. Inside shaded doorways, families settle for siesta. Quilts woven from last summer's cotton drape across thresholds, filtering harsh light into dappled amber that flickers over packed earth floors. A mother loosens the knot of her yucca fiber sash, easing lungs that have drawn heat since breakfast fires flared. She sets a shallow bowl of cool water beside her toddler, inviting small fingers to splash quiet circles. The child's giggle is soft, as if even delight must keep its voice low at midday. Nearby, an uncle reclines against a cedar post, carving a flute mouthpiece no wider than a sparrow's egg. Each scrape of chert against wood releases a scent of fresh sap, the forest's whisper, smuggled into high sun hours. He pauses often, listening to nothing in particular, allowing silence to teach him where the next shaving must fall. Outside, cicadas strike up their metallic chorus, not rebels against the stillness, but its trusted musicians, underscoring the village's collective inhale. At the edge of the plaza, the healer and her two apprentices unfold reed mats in a narrow band of shade cast by the council house. Spread across the mats are clusters of herbs cut at dawn, rabbit brush blooms bright as minted gold coins, gray-green sage stems beaded with dew now turned to crystal, and slender cattail leaves destined for poultice wraps. Each bundle is fanned wide, so heat can coax moisture to wander off in lazy spirals. As they work, the healer explains the lore that binds plant to hour. Rabbit brush dried under high sun carries courage into the bloodstream. Sage released at noon sharpens sight. Cattail steeped in zenith heat cools fevers fostered by pride. The apprentices nod, their shadows sharp against adobe wall, hands moving the bundles a finger's breadth every few breath, so no leaf burns. All the while, sweat pearls at their temples salt-bright evidence that even learning asks a tithe from the body. Beyond the kiln, now closed to keep fragile temperatures from spiking, the potters convene in the slip-shed and open-sided hut, whose woven roof diffuses sunlight into milky haze. Here they tend new jars too soft for firing, yet too firm for further shaping, coaxing surfaces smooth with river-polished stones. One artisan hums a single, elongated note that drifts like smoke. The others join on varied pitches, creating a chord that shivers lightly through damp clay. They believe vibration tightens molecular bonds, teaching vessels to withstand tomorrow's blaze. Between humming, they trade stories of clay quarries glimpsed in dreams. red veins snaking under sleeping mesas, white pockets glowing like moonlit snowdrifts. Dream or not, each tale seeds future journeys, ensuring the people never cease courting earth for fresh voices of stone. Outside the hut, sunlight ricochets off mica-flecked ground, but inside the air stays almost cool-proof that song and shadow can conspire against the fiercest star. Roofside. 2 teenage sentries perform the seasonal maintenance entrusted to their age, checking cedar beams for stress splinters. They crawl cat-quiet across the flat surfaces, palms splayed to feel heat and heft. At each beam joint, they dribble a bead of melted pin and resin, working it into hairline cracks with bone spatulas. The resin smells of evergreen and distant snowfields, its scent an invisible breeze beneath the swelter. Occasionally they pause to sip water laced with mint, tipping the gourd carefully so not a drop darkens the roof clay. From their vantage they watch heat ghosts, those shimmering columns that dance above sun-struck stones, rise and vanish in slow carnival. One boy counts hawks he spots coasting thermals. The other plots their spirals onto an imaginary grid, convinced the birds sketch omens readable by patient eyes. Below, door curtains flutter in soft convulsions, as though the homes themselves breathe in time with the boys' measured work. Near the river path, the carpenters have dragged the cedar ladder frame beneath a cottonwood, whose roots sip dank water below cracked earth. While dogs sprawl in strips of shade, the craftsman's shape rungs from seasoned willow, sliding each dowel into mortised notches with a muted thunk. They seal joints using paste of clay and rabbit fat, which dries rock-hard yet flexes with temperature swings wisdom learned when an early ladder cracked one winter moon. As they labor, they recount the log's journey, how spring floods freed it from mountain cradle, how eddies smoothed bark, how sun and sand argued polite patterns into its grain. By repeating the story, they pin gratitude to every rung, ensuring that anyone who later climbs will carry fragments of river memory underfoot. When the last dowel seats snug, the master carpenter rests his forehead against the wood, offering breath cooled by shaded air, a signature deeper than pigment. In the weaving ramada, silence reigns except for the faint rasp of shuttle on thread. Midday's authority stifles conversation. Instead, the weavers speak through motion. One adjusts warp tension by plucking strings like a harpist testing tune, each twang swallowed by thick heat. Another aligns colored weft with fingertip nudges, coaxing angles so precise they mimic swallow-wing geometry. Sweat dotted across upper lips sparkles then slips onto cloth, joining dye as invisible watermark of human presence. Occasionally a child tiptoes in, with a gourd of water sweetened by prickly pear pulp. The weavers sip, then pour a trickle onto loom frame, cooling wood that otherwise might warp under fierce sun. The ramada smells of heated willow, damp cotton, and faint honey from the cactus fruit, a perfume as fleeting as shade length in mid-year. By the time the sun tilts westward, 2 cradleboard panels gleam, light dancing across herringbone patterns that seem to breathe despite the still air. Back in the plaza, elders and children lounge beneath broad awnings woven from reed and yucca. They engage in the art of shadow stories, creating miniature dramas with hand shapes cast onto sunlit dust. A crooked thumb becomes a coyote skulking across canyon floors. An angled palm mutates into mountain lion cresting a ridge. Children squeal without raising voice, careful to honor the hush. Between stories, elders teach geometry, pointing how each shadow shortens or elongates with sun's crawl, proving angles better than any etched diagram. A boy discovers he can tilt his arm to make the coyote's snout touch the lion's whisker at just the moment the hawk overhead crosses the sun's path, his first lesson in celestial alignment, learned in play, but carved forever on sensory memory. All the while, cicadas keep metronome their droning knit with grandfather's baritone murmurs into a fabric stronger than silence alone. Inside a cool storeroom, the keeper of stories assembles midday archives. He arranges small items gathered silently throughout the morning resin-smudged bone spatula, dewdrop shimmered spider thread, a flake of cedar from the ladder frame, on a sun-bleached mat at center. Each object claims a quadrant on an imaginary compass rose, waiting for dusk when he will spin their meanings together. He spends long minutes simply breathing, eyes closed, letting heat lull thoughts into slow swirl. In that swirl, images knot, spiderweb geometry, hawk spirals, herb bundles unfurling, and solar dehydration. The keeper snatches one thread, twists it with another, and already a tale emerges of a cedar child carried by river until sun cured its wanderlust, teaching it to rise ladder-like toward distant stars. He smiles, but writes nothing. The story is still dough needing shadow to rise. He folds the matte corners over the artifacts, like lids over glowing coals, and stores them in the heart of the storeroom where coolness keeps potential fresh. As afternoon slides toward its second half, a subtle breeze raises goose flesh along forearms, first alert that the sun's strictest rule is loosening. Shadows creep outward like thirsty vines, draping over meta toes, domes, and warming pottery rose in slanting gold. Workers stand, stretching spines that crackle quietly, and long-held breaths escape in unison. A woman at the herb mats lifts a rabbit brush cluster. Its petals crumble between fingers, dry as parchment, perfect for storage. She laughs, a crisp sound shattering the hush, and suddenly conversation returns, timid at first, then bolder. Teenage sentries descend ladders, each barefoot step echoing hollow on wrung wood, still warm from resin work. Dogs rise, shake dust, and trot to the river for a drink, tails cutting lazy zigzags in settling heat ghosts. Above, hawks wheel lower, their bellies now copper, in tilted light. The village breathes deeper, satisfied that it has survived the day's sternest weight, and more than survived, created, tended, and taught beneath its glare. Evening preparations wait a while yet, but the promise is thick in the air like rain scent before clouds appear. Spoons clink as someone tests the first bubble of squash bean stew. A gourd dipper scoops water from a jar cooled by morning evaporation. Droplets slide down its side, darkening the earth where they land. People nudge door curtains back, inviting the earliest amber shaft inside. And tucked into each gesture is the knowledge that heat made space for rest, rest shaped patience, and patience transformed sweat into craft bowls smoothed, ladders born, flutes breathed into oak grain. All will take their place in tonight's small ceremonies. A lullaby whispered over a cradle board, a cool cup offered beneath waxing moon, a quiet tale about hand shadows aligning with hawk flight to measure worlds. So ends the hour of hush, when its tempering echoes will ring through dawn's vessels, midnight drums, and sunrise colors painted on tomorrow's clay, proving again that even the fiercest light can be woven into calm by hearts that know when to move and when to simply let the sun pass overhead in silence, life-giving silence. The sun has now slipped far enough west that its light arrives at the village slanted and forgiving, sliding between adobe walls and molten ribbons that pool across the packed earth plaza. A hush of anticipation settles, not the stern stillness of midday, but a warm pause filled with possibility, like the held breath before a storyteller speaks. In this gentle pause, children emerge from shaded corners, blinking as though waking from miniature dreams. They chase tailing shadows cast by ravens circling overhead, their footsteps raising puffs of dust that catch stray sunbeams and drift apart like spark-flecked confetti. The heat of the day relaxes its grip. A breeze cool with river mist threads through cottonwood leaves, producing a faint rustle that sounds suspiciously like distant laughter. It teases sweat-damp hair at villagers' temples and coaxes sighs from tired shoulders, and suddenly even the dogs, who spent the afternoon sprawled like overturned clay jars, rise and trot toward the plaza, as if summoned by some unspoken invitation. Near the kiln, the potters tidy their slip-shed, gathering polishing stones whose surfaces now hold a soft sheen from a day's steady caress. Each stone is placed in a woven pouch, nested in fresh cedar shavings to absorb lingering moisture. Before closing the pouch, the senior potter whispers a promise of tomorrow's creations, as though the stones themselves require reassurance that their labor is not yet done. She steps back, surveying the shelves where half-dried vessels rest like sleeping moons, each shape bearing faint fingerprints that will remain forever a private archive of today's patience. With a final nod, she drags a reed screen across the entry, allowing the pieces their night-long vigil under moth-quiet darkness. Her apprentice lingers just a moment longer, touching one cup rim as if bidding a friend good night, then slips into the cooling evening, footsteps soft and measured. At the herb-drying shade, apprentices gather the now desiccated leaves into neat bundles, tying each stalk with yucca twine dyed a low, dusty rose. The healer inspects them, leaf by leaf, evaluating crispness with a practiced pinch and listening for the precise papery crinkle that signals readiness. She praises the bundles with a gentle hum, three descending notes that fall, hover, and fade, and the apprentices echo the tune, sealing gratitude into every twist of twine. These bundles will hang from rafters until called upon by coughs, fevers, or hearts knotted by sorrow, and the apprentices know their work today may soothe worries many moons from now. As they sweep stray stems into a reed basket, the healer uncorks a clay jar of ash-washed honey. Its aroma rises warm and thick, promising to lace tonight's tea with the taste of summer's condensed kindness. They grin at one another, breathing deeply, already imagining the sweet steam curling through doorways after the stars unfold. Along the western corn rows, brothers and fathers move in slow, deliberate lines, checking tassels now gilded by low sun. They run fingers along silks, murmuring short blessings, so quiet the breeze must lean close to hear. When they encounter wilting leaves, they crouch to tuck cool soil against exposed roots, a gesture of mercy as instinctive as wiping sweat from a child's brow. Farther down the row, a grandmother bends with creaking knees, laying a hand upon the dark earth in a silent conversation older than language. Satisfied, she rises, straightens her cracked leather belt, and calls to a girl trailing behind with a basket. The child rushes forward, offering a palm full of bright marigold petals. The grandmother scatters the petals into the furrow, saying they will guard the corn from pests in the night. The girl watches each ember-colored fragment settle and smiles, as though she has just witnessed a secret spelled out in letters of flame. On a lattice of cedar poles spanning the plaza's northern edge, the weavers hang their twin cradleboard panels so the setting light can reveal true hue. Gold spills across the herringbone weave, coaxing magenta threads into a subdued glow and urging indigo strands to deepen toward starlit blue. Villagers pause to admire the panels, seeing not only artistry but a visual lullaby destined to cradle new life. One weaver steps back, tilts her head, then gestures with two fingers, instructing a younger hand to tighten a single loose knot. The correction is small enough to escape most eyes, yet essential, for even one wayward thread could snag tiny fingers. When the adjustment is done, they fold the panels carefully, wrapping them in cotton cloth scented with sage, and breathing a quiet word of welcome to the infants who will soon sleep beneath this woven sky. As the light dims further, an elder stands at the hearth and feeds dry pinnan branches to the afternoon-cooled coals. Flames ignite with a hollow whoosh, and sparks leap upward minute fireflies rising to greet their celestial kin, soon to reveal themselves. Around the hearth, villagers drift in, forming loose circles, their benches and reed mats sliding easily into place as though pulled by invisible vines. A drum is set near the fire, but no one strikes it yet. Tonight's rhythm has not quite settled into bones. Instead, conversation rustles, low and fluid, glinting with laughter that never quite erupts but flickers gently like torchlight behind shuttered lids. Someone passes gourds of cold river water enlivened with crushed mint and tiny cactus fruit cubes. Throats swallow gratefully, the coolness drawing heat outward, leaving cheeks flushed but minds clear. Children lean against parents' knees, eyes glossy from the long day and the promise of moon-polished tailies. Beneath a mesquite archway, the keeper of stories arranges the midday artifacts atop a flat cedar board. Each object now bears a thread of dusk. The resin-dotted spatula gleams amber, spider silk twinkles silver, cedar flake holds a faint crimson blush, and a hawk feather catches a single sun ray like a blade set aflame. He turns to the gathered faces, dozens of them, each lit on one side by fire and on the other by the first stars, and allows silence to swell until it becomes a bowl for words to rest in. Then, in a voice low and deliberate, he invites the villagers to follow him into the time between breaths, the hour when day's last exhale meets night's first inhale. He lifts the hawk feather, tilts it so the firelight moves along its spine, and begins a new tale. How heat ghosts danced with cedar resin to teach ladders both to rise and to root. How spider web dew measured the patience of suns, and how hawks traced the shape of tomorrow's cradleboards in the empty sky. Each sentence glides like a canoe on still water. Listeners lean forward, unblinking, cups suspended midway to lips. A cool hush settles as the story unfurls, punctuated by the hiss of pine knots collapsing into coals. In this hush, bats emerge from canyon crags, darting overhead in silent pursuit of moths lured by torchlight. The breeze shifts direction, carrying the spice of distant desert rain, a gift announced by a faint flash along the southern horizon. Villagers lift faces, inhale, and taste petrichor on the air, a reminder that sky and soil will soon meet in thunderous embrace. Yet the promise remains far enough to hold wonder without worry. Mothers draw shawls around resting children. Fathers stretch legs, planting heels firm in readiness for any tasks the night may whisper. The healer listens to the thunder's low rumble, counts heartbeats between flicker and growl, and calculates the storm's distance. 6 hills away, perhaps 7. She smiles, certain the rain will arrive just in time to sing seeds back to sleep. With the story concluded, the keeper lays the artifacts aside and raises his reed flute. The first note he breathes is soft, a question offered to the dark. Drummers answer with fingertip taps, coaxing barely audible thuds from hide, as though testing the earth's readiness for pulse. The flute glides into a second note, this one lingering longer, curling around shoulders like warm smoke. The drum beat steadies, still gentle a heartbeat heard through layers of soft cloth. Voices join, humming on a single pitch, no words, only vibration. The plaza becomes a vessel, and music the water that fills it, hugging every listener with sound. Even those on roof perches sentries, late workers, a solitary star watcher scribbling fresh coordinates pause, letting the melody pass through them, smoothing thoughts like river stones. When the final tones dissolve and fire embers settle into a quiet glow, villagers rise in small groups, careful not to break the soft night open too abruptly. Some carry sleeping children. Others lift stacks of bowls and reed mats, whispering gratitude to those who tended the hearth. A young couple pauses at the cornfield edge, marveling at how leaf tips appear silver-edged beneath the half-moon now climbing the eastern sky. They brush fingertips, exchanging silent vows to cherish both seed and story, and then step softly toward home. Across the plaza, the adolescent sentries resume their posts, boughs unstrung but nearby, eyes tracing the expanse where dark meets darker. They see nothing amiss, only a world settling, like river silt, into its most honest shape. Inside each dwelling, hearths are rekindled with a single spark from still glowing embers. Pots of squash bean stew rewarm, releasing aromas laced with cedar smoke and rabbit brush. Before bowls are filled, someone, father, aunt, elder sister offers a hushed thanks to the sky now humming with distant thunder. Spoons meet lips, flavors bloom across tongues. Contented sighs rise, mingle, and fade into the hush. Wooden door curtains are drawn, cotton quilts unfurled, and the village exhales one final time, a collective surrender to rest. Outside, stars burn steady, coyotes yip along far ridges, and a soft sprinkling of rain begins its long journey north. By the time it arrives, every soul will be adrift in dreams shaped by ember glow and evening breeze, each heartbeat keeping time with the gentle percussion of raindrops on adobe, proof that even the longest, hottest day can resolve into a night stitched with cool mercy and quiet wonder. A hush of rain drifts in from the south sometime after the last spoon of squash bean stew, a silver whisper brushing adobe walls like fingertips over worn pottery. The first drops tap the rooftops in hesitant Morse code dot, dash, dash, testing the sleeping village's willingness to listen. Then, as though convinced of a warm welcome, the sky exhales a fuller breath, and thousands of droplets fall together, knitting a soft, continuous hush that feels less like weather and more like a lullaby composed by distant clouds. In the dark, the scent of damp earth blooms rich, loamy, almost sweet, and every doorway inhales. Cedar beans creak contentedly, relieved to trade midday's glaring heat for the cool kiss of moisture, and dry cornstalk leaves shiver in gratitude, releasing the day's stored tension in fluttering sighs. Even the dogs, curled under eaves, lift their noses and drift deeper into sleep, rocked by the steady percussion overhead. Inside the storyteller's dwelling, a glowing ember records each raindrop's syllable. The keeper wakes not startled, but summoned opens his eyes to darkness, smudged amber by the low hearth, and listens. He has always thought of rain as the sky telling stories backward. Thunder first, then the tale unwinds in drumming drops, paragraph after watery paragraph, until it ends in misty ellipses at dawn. Tonight's narrative is gentle, patient in origin myth of seeds. He imagines kernels underground pressing their tiny ears upward, recognizing familiar lines, how water curls around their shells, how promise dissolves husk, how the silent heart inside learns to unfold. He reaches for his reed flute, considers joining the rhythm, but decides against it. Some stories he knows sound best in one voice only. Across the plaza, the healer wakes as well, sensing through the soles of her feet the first seep of coolness along packed earth floors. She sits up, heart slowing into the ring's tempo, and recalls an herb bundle left hanging under the eaves rabbit brush meant for courage. She rises, robes rustling like wings, and steps out beneath the overhang where droplets beat a steady tattoo on cedar rafters. The bundle is safe, its stems perfumed now with petrichor. She brushes water from the leaves and whispers thanks that they will carry both sunfire and moon rain when crushed for medicine. On her way back inside, she pauses at the reed curtain and simply stands in silhouette, letting stray drops kiss her cheeks, an anointing of sorts, sealing the day's labor under a glaze of night mercy. Beneath a quilt sewn from scraps of worn cotton tunics, two siblings wake in tandem when cool air slides across their skins. The older girl listens first, mapping the rainfall with her imagination. Heavier on the south wall, lighter near the corn gate, a playful splash where runoff finds the water trough. She nudges her brother, whispers a single word, "Listen," and together they breathe in time with the rhythm outside. He asks if the rain will steal their pebble constellations. She promises the stones are heavy with stories now, and will stay. They fall silent again, hearing in the downpour the echoes of the spiderweb dew, the cedar ladder, the hawk feather that marked today's tale. In moments they are asleep once more, but their dreams bend toward rivers and sky, braided by the rain's gentle insistence. Along the rooftops, adolescent sentries, who earlier tracked heat ghosts and hawk orbits, suggest their posts. Rain is no adversary, yet they treat it with formality, tilting pine bark shields over quivers, so sinew strings will not slacken by dawn. One leans over the parapet, extends a bare arm, and counts the heartbeat between drops to gauge the storm's pace. His companion lifts face skyward, eyelids fluttering under the tickle of wet eyelashes, and murmurs that each drop feels like a blessing belatedly remembered. They share a quiet laugh, a miniature thunder, and resume watch, bodies swaying subtly, synchronizing with the wind that now spirals cool and playful around adobe corners. Below, the cornfields accept the gift with soft applause. Leaves rattle, tassels bow, and soil drinks greedily, darkening to chocolate. Hidden beneath, seeds stir as moisture seeps past husk and grit. A kernel may not dream in the human sense, yet tonight it feels something akin to memory. Sunlight stored in every starch molecule meets this new darkness and says, "Grow when the light returns." The kernels swell almost imperceptibly, tiny pulses against Earth's firm embrace. Worms wake in red tunnels, aerating the mud, while a single toad emerges to feast on insects confused by damp darkness. The whole field hums under the rain's steady hand, and though no human stands among the rows, the plants feel companioned. In the weaving ramada, the twin cradleboard panels safely wrapped rock gently on their cedar peg as rain drums the woven roof. One droplet finds a chink, slips through, and lands on cloth, darkening it by a shade. The water spreads, drawing indigo dye into a faint halo, an accidental star blooming on fabric already patterned with night blue. The panel seems to sigh, accepting this sky-given embellishment. Tomorrow the weavers will discover the mark, smile, and declare it an omen of protective dreams for the infants soon to nestle within. For now the cloth glows faintly in lightning's distant shimmer, a secret the storm shares only with the sleeping wood. Outside the kiln the reed screen trembles as wind shivers down the alley, tugging at its edges. Inside, half-dried vessels resonate to the drum of drops low, rounded notes that test the clay's integrity. Each jar answers with a different pitch, a chorus of quiet bells echoing the afternoon hums of their makers. The senior potter's apprentice, sleeping nearby, hears the subtle music in her half-dream and smiles, comforted by proof that the pieces still promise strength. She imagines tomorrow's sun will kiss them dry, fire will seal their bones, and the rain's night song will remain trapped inside, ready to release whenever lips sip water or stew from their mouths. Toward the river bank, carpenters have leaned the new ladder under a canvas awning. Rain patters onto the cedar rungs, sliding along grain lines carved by water, long before human hands touch the wood. Unfinished willow dowels dampen silently, swelling just enough to tighten joints, a gift no wedge could match. The master carpenter, lying awake beside the embers of a small brazier, hears the ladders settling, joints sighing into firmer union, and thinks how rain finishes certain tasks better than any tool. He plans to oil the rungs at dawn, but for now lets the storm do its invisible sanding, smoothing each rung's top edge so the first climber's bare feet will meet wood as soft as a father's palm. When the sky finally tires, the rain eases into intermittent whispers, like a storyteller trailing off mid-sentence to let listeners fill in the ending. From rooftop to field to hearth, the village soaks in the hush. Embers in every home glow under dampened chimneys, reflecting small puddles forming on thresholds Earth's mirrors, catching the faint glow of dawn, still a rumor beyond the eastern hills. Inside, sleepers turn on to fresh sides, muscles loosening as temperature drops. Dreams flow from field to river, from star to hearth, transporting lullabies made of raindrop drumming and cedar smoke hush. And though no one is awake to mark the moment, a tiny sprout pushes against softened soil in the corn row closest to the plaza, splitting husk in stoppable vow. Night rain has spoken, the seed remembers. Life will answer when morning, like a gentle potter, lifts the lid on another bright, unfolding day. The eastern rim brightens in quiet pastels, and every puddle left by the night's rain becomes a tiny mirror inviting dawn's first blush. Cool air glides across the village like a patient hand smoothing rumpled blankets, carrying a scent that is half moonlit cedar, half fresh clay. Crickets cheer up their closing lullaby, voices slowing as light creeps up adobe walls. Above them, mourning doves test a low hush-hush refrain that promises a gentler day than yesterday's blaze. Inside each dwelling, sleepers stir to this subtle orchestration. A baby coughs once, then settles instantly, rocked by the drip-drip cadence still tumbling from roof edges. Dogs rise, stretch, and shake rain-damp fur, sending silver droplets flying like sparks from a flint strike. For a fleeting breath, the village exists between worlds, night's hush, not yet gone, day's bustle, not yet begun, and into that seam slides gratitude so palpable it feels like an extra layer of warmth on every shoulder. On the plaza, the healer is first to step outside, her sandals kissing wet dust with faint, papery squeaks. She carries a clay bowl whose rim still glistens from the honey tea she brewed before sunrise, steam curling like a shy question from its mouth. Finding a puddle that rests in a shallow mortar left by last year's grinding stone, she kneels and tips 3 drops of tea into its mirror surface. For the seed heart, she whispers, watching concentric rings widen until they lap against stone rim. The offering done, she straightens and inhales deeply. The air tastes like river water touched by mint, and her lungs respond with a stretch that pops 2 ribs back into alignment. Along the plaza's edge, she sees tiny tracks where a toad visited in the night. Their neat triangles point toward the corn gate, and she nods, choosing to take them as an omen that the medicine she steeped will guide restless dreams to safe green banks. Beyond the plaza, the cornfield shimmers beneath a film of pale mist. Every leaf gleams with beadlets so perfect they rival turquoise in polished shine, and when the first sun shaft spears through cottonwoods, droplets ignite into rainbow flecks that flicker across silk tassels. Farmers move between rows in reverent silence, their moccasins sinking into pliant mud that squelches a lullaby all its own. One elder crouches at the spot where she planted a single hopeful kernel just yesterday. To her delight, a translucent spur now peeks from softened soil, no taller than the nail of her smallest finger, yet potent as a thunderclap. She cups it, not touching, merely encircling with hand warmth, and croons a greeting. Stand tall, child of rain. A younger cousin nearby mirrors her gesture over another emerging shoot, and soon a dozen bowed heads and open palms line the row, stitching a living prayer rug between earth and sky. Overhead a hawk drifts, its lazy circle etched against pinkening clouds as if inscribing a blessing in air. Roofside, the 2 adolescent sentries survey the transformed world with wide, reflective eyes. Yesterday's roof clay, so hot it scalded palms, now cools beneath puddles no bigger than scrimshaw beads. They test bowstrings they kept dry under pine bark shields. The sinew twangs true, retensing with dawn's dry kiss. One sentry points toward the far ridge, where a low fog wreathes juniper crowns like white shawls, and murmurs that the spirits have lowered their campfires to keep watch. His companion traces the fog line with a slow finger, counting breaths until it drifts to handspan, higher assurance that the sun will prevail but not too fiercely. As they resume their patrol along parapets, their footsteps leave dark prints that fade quickly, the clay reabsorbing moisture almost with audible sighs. In their hearts a new rhythm swells, less the vigilant thump of potential danger, more the steady drumming gratitude for a night of peaceful rain. Inside the weaving ramada, the twin cradleboard panels greet morning light with colors intensified by dampness. Indigo streaks appear deeper, almost bottom of river dark. Magenta threads smolder like coals banked under ash. The weavers arrive carrying gourds of warmed water to coax stiffness from rain-cooled yarn. They unwrap the panels and gasp softly at the rain-born star, a delicate, dark bloom where last night's single droplet landed. Rather than fret, the eldest weaver smiles, declaring it the sky palm motif, a blessing woven by cloud fingers rather than human hands. They decide to mirror the mark on the second panel, deliberately dampening one precise point, letting water flower outward until both cradle boards bear matching celestial signatures. Children peeking through willow slats giggle at the secret collaboration between rain and craft, then slip away to brag that they watched the sky itself finish a piece of weaving. Near the kiln, the apprentices uncover half-dried vessels to inspect how night moisture settled across clay. A chorus of tiny pings greets them as jars contract minutely in cooling air. Each ping is like a seed cracking open, proof of hidden energy seeking shape. The senior potter runs her fingertips over surfaces, feeling for treacherous hairlines, but finds none. She nods, pleased, and reaches for a pot whose belly hums when tapped, its pitch slightly lower than yesterday, the rain added depth. These jars, she explains, will sing richer at the hearth, retaining heat longer and releasing flavors more slowly. She invites each apprentice to tap, listen, and commit the subtle difference to memory. Under their palms, the pots vibrate like distant drums still echoing last night's storm, and the apprentices smile, realizing the sky's music has lodged inside Earth's own loops. At the river, carpenters inspect the cedar ladder. Rain has burnished its rungs to satin sheen, swelling dowels to flawless fit. They hoist it upright against a cottonwood to test stability, stepping carefully, toes finding purchase on damp wood that surprisingly offers firm grip. From the top rung, the master carpenter looks across glistening rooftops and fields embroidered with dew, thinking the ladder carries not just bodies, but also yesterday's story into the next horizon. He shouts down that the wood smells sweeter, almost like spring sap, and the apprentices below inhale. Nodding, they catch notes of vanilla and distant pine. Satisfied, they lower the ladder and lean it against an adobe wall where it will dry fully through morning sun, ready for its inaugural service at the loom hut repair, scheduled after communal breakfast. Breakfast itself is a quiet feast, for early daylight lends everything an almost holy hush. Families gather around steaming pots of blue corn porridge, now thinned with rainwater collected from jar lips. The mixture tastes brighter, each spoonful carrying a subtle mineral spark. Sweet squash, roasted the previous evening, is sliced and floated atop bowls, its golden flesh resembling sunrise islands adrift on indigo sea. The healer distributes tiny cups of rabbit-brush tea courage steeped in storm's memory, and villagers sip, feeling warmth bloom from throat to fingertips. Conversation remains low, as if unwilling to disturb seedlings pushing upward outside. Here and there, laughter bubbles, but it is the gentle effervescence of a creek around smooth stones rather than the clamor of rapid falls. As bowls empty, the elder council rises, signaling the shift from contemplation to motion. Tasks fanned out like sunbeams, weavers to finish lashing cradle boards, carpenters to shore up loom rafters, farmers to stake tender sprouts against gusty afternoons, children to collect wind-fallen twigs for tonight's hearth. Yet no one moves quickly. The ground is slick, the air still heavy with moisture, and urgency has no place in post-rain calm. People unfold from benches like petals opening after dawn, slow but certain. Footsteps leave shallow impressions that fill instantly with brown water, each print a temporary, well-reflecting sky. Above, clouds disperse in quiet drama, sunlight spearing through rips to form shifting columns that dance across mesa faces beyond the village. Before dispersing, all eyes lift to the star watcher standing at the plaza's center, her slate tablet tucked under arm, hair streaming dark and glossy from rain's rents. She raises her palm toward the corn gate, where the first sprout of the day pokes brave green into view, and declares that the sky's ledger reads favorable. No storms for the next 3 nights. Gentle winds, cool dawns, conditions ideal for young leaves to grip the world. A murmur of relief and pride ripples outward, merging with a gust that shakes droplets from cottonwood leaves and a soft applause. The keeper of stories catches one silver bead in his hand, holds it like a gem, and vows that tonight he will recount how a single drop helped finish a cradle board and mark the sky's promise on cloth. Morning duties scatter, but throughout the day each villager carries the night rain inside like a tiny, resonant drumbeat. When a potter hums, her note echoes the drip cadence. When a child splashes in leftover puddles, laughter rings with the same bell tone as roof-edge runoff. Even the dogs, nosing damp earth, seem gentler, as though rain washed mischief into mellow curiosity. And under every action grows the fragile, powerful knowledge that seeds heard lullabies in darkness, answered with new life, and that human hands now follow, weaving care around those green syllables, the village's soft response to a sky that never stops speaking in water, light, and hush. The sun glides upward on a silk blue track, tempered by last night's rain, so its rays arrive not as spears, but as warm, open palms. Under this kinder light, the village sets its gaze on the river wide, slow and tea-colored from fresh runoff, knowing that water, like story, asks to be courted anew after every storm. Parents call to children in gentle tones, gathering small hands in reed baskets, while elders tighten rawhide sandals, staves tapping terracotta dust that still smells faintly of petrichor. A current of hushed purpose moves plazaward, each footstep matching the sandy hush of river pool. Dogs trot alongside, tails swishing water spots off legs, aware that river mornings promise fish morsels and shade beneath canoe hulls. Even the breeze feels anticipatory, curling behind ears as if reminding every villager to listen closely. The river is about to speak, and its language will be half sung, half whispered, wholly unforgettable. A procession forms at the corn gate path, youngsters first, balancing gourds, sloshing with fresh water for the journey back. Behind them, adolescent fishers lug willow-framed nets, still damp from yesterday's pre-storm sweep. And at the rear, 3 grandmothers carry threadbare blankets, frayed on purpose, so loose fibers can later knot into river snares. Each blanket flutters in rhythm with their breathing, a frayed hymn saluting the day. They pause at the first view of water now bulging gently beyond its usual banks and shimmering like hammered bronze beneath oblique sunlight. All stand silent for a count of 10 heartbeats, a village tradition older than cedar ladders. The river must be greeted with stillness so it may measure each visitor's heartbeat and temper its pull accordingly. Only after that silent exchange are words allowed to break free, soft exhalations riding the mist that curls off the mirrored surface. Down at the shallows, the master fisher kneels on a flat slate stone, polished by generations of bare feet. He drags 4 fingertips along the water's skin, reading temperature and current the way others skim a star map. Behind him cluster 5 apprentices, 2 boys and 3 girls, eyes wide, breaths held the way one cradles a fragile pot. The master lifts a single cattail stalk, strips its outer husk with thumb and forefinger, then twists the pith into a long, sturdy cord. He explains in a voice barely louder than ripples that storm-puffed rivers demand flexible nets, cords that sway like willow yet refuse to snap. Every apprentice mimics his motions, cattail sap weeping across their knuckles, leaving faint, sugary glazes, soon peppered with wind-blown silt. When one strand breaks, the master merely hums a patient note and reties it, teaching that water rarely grants first attempts, but always rewards persistence shaped by calm. A few paces upriver, the canoe crew presses forearms against the hulls that spent the night inverted under cottonwood limbs. Rainwater gleams inside seats, tiny ponds reflecting leaf-green constellations. The crew captain tilts each hull to spill the pools, letting sun streak the wood with quicksilver threads. With stone scrapers they shave away any softened fiber, murmuring thanks for the water's preservative touch, even as they trim its excess. Knotting fresh sinew lashings around cedar ribs, they weave last night's rainfall into structural memory. Each tightened wrap a syllable in a long-spoken pledge between human craft and river breath. When the final lashing sits snug, the captain invites 2 youngest rowers to run palms along gunnels, teaching them to feel not just smoothness, but resonance. Wood that sings truest, he claims, will steer truest. While adults weave nets and mend canoes, 2 grandfathers convene a walking lesson along the river's quieter bend. They beckon adolescents to follow single file, toes tapping exposed cobbles slick with algae. One grandfather carries a feather, the other a pebble. Each object becomes a teaching tool. Where the water eddies, the feather skims the surface, tracing clockwise circles indicating safe entry zones for bathing or gathering drink. Where the current tightens, the pebble is tossed, its rapid disappearance marking spots to avoid, especially when daylight fades. At every stop, the teens kneel, close one ear to river hush, and name what they hear. A submerged log knocking, gravel tumbling, catfish tails whisking muddy beds. By lesson's end, they recognize that river safety hinges less on eyesight and more on listening to submerged conversations that never cease. Mid-morning sun climbs and mist lifts, unveiling glitter that clings to every reed blade. Birds resume chatter, now lively and crisp, as though the rain has cleared their throats. The master fisher signals, and apprentices launch nets across the shallows in broad, careful casts. Silvery arcs rise, hang, then kiss water with scarcely a splash. Moments later, net cords twitch first shy pulses, then strong tugs. Apprentices tug back not with brute force, but measured rhythm, coaxing nets shoreward until small, wriggling forms dace, and chub mostly flash through mesh like living gems. Each catch prompts a small whoop, quickly soft to respectful hush. Fish are eased into willow baskets half filled with river water, where they loop lazy circles under the apprentice's watchful eyes. The master fisher reminds them that some will feed elders, others will be returned as thanks. Harvest, he says, is dialogue, not demand. On the sandbar nearby, weavers and canoe crew share a brief respite, splitting roasted pumpkin rounds left over from breakfast. One rower plucks a reed and begins to pipe a lilting air. Another taps the hull, drumming hollow rhythms. The melody drifts across water, blending with wind to craft an impromptu harmony of wood, breath, and breeze. A toddler on shore squeals, clapping pudgy hands in sloppy time while his mother rocks him in sync, bare toes burying deeper into cool sand. Laughter fans outward like sun-spilled cornmeal, yet never cracks the calm. It simply settles over river, soft as pollen. High on the bluff, the star watcher, tablet tucked beneath arm, has come to record water height. She notes how rain-swollen currents lap 3 stones higher than moon cycle average, scribbles figures in swift glyphs, then pauses to watch the choreography below. Nets swooping, canoes nudging current, elders pointing out eddies. She smiles, realizing these movements form another constellation, visible only in daylight. With a graphite nub, she sketches the scene: canoe hulls as bent stars, net lines as arcing comets, ensuring that future sky readers know today's river dance mirrored heavenly patterns unknowingly. By late morning, nets are hauled ashore for the final time. Apprentices kneel, releasing the smallest fish back to water with whispers of gratitude. Remaining catch is sorted. Plump specimens for stew, slender ones for smoking and storage. The healer collects a separate basin for medicinal broth, her hands cupping fish as tenderly as if they were newborn songbirds. Canoes are nudged nose first onto sand. Their hulls, once dark from rain, now wear sunlit tiger stripes where light filters through cottonwood leaves. The latter crew arrives to ferry baskets home, hoisting willow frames on shoulders, slick with honest sweat, perfumed by river mist and cedar resin, not the scorch of midday toil. As villagers retrace footsteps toward the plaza, their chatter bubbles soft waves rolling upstream. Children compare wrist spirals, boasting transformations into river guardians. Apprentices replay net casts in animated pantomime, arms carving fishing arcs across sky. Elders file behind, quiet satisfaction glowing in eyes wrinkled like well-used maps. Overhead, a few lingering clouds drift apart, revealing a vault of blue so deep it resembles polished lapis. A single hawk screeches, looping higher, perhaps eluding the human flock below, returning with stories glinting like fish scales. Back in the village, shaded huts welcome the procession. Fish are carried to communal hearths where potters' vessels wait, those rain-tempered jars eager to cradle new flavors. Nets are strung on drying poles, their wet cords sparkling as though stitched with starlight. Canoes rest under awnings, ribs drying to soft chatter pops. The healer pours herb-laced river water into her new cup, mixing it with fish broth until steam curls fragrant ribbons through the plaza. She hands first sip to the master fisher, who nods deeply, tasting cedar smoke, cattail sap, and last night's rain folded into one swallow. And so midday approaches, stitched not by heat, but by cool memories of river skin. The village, refreshed, readies for the next measure of day's symphony. Every task today carries the river's cadence. Looms shuttle in wave-like swoops. Adzes strike wood like soft splashes. Even laughter ebbs and flows in shoals. Underneath it all pulses a shared refrain. Water returned, seeds woke, and we listened. The line repeats in every heart, a soft chant destined to rise with evening embers, slip into night dreams, and resurface tomorrow when dawn again brushes puddles into little mirrors, inviting a new story to ripple outward from the river's patient, singing heart. The sun, having arced through its gentler morning passages, now turns intent toward the western ridgeline, but its heat remains merciful, tempered by the river's lingering cool breath and the damp memory that still ghosts across adobe walls. In this benevolent light, the plaza comes alive with a mellow industry perfectly suited to an afternoon of clay and flame. Families drift toward the kill field, arms balancing boards of half-dried bowls, and jars mottle the pale gray of dawn mist. Every footfall is soft enough to respect the still delicate walls of the vessels, yet purposeful, for the day demands a firing round before the slanted sun gives way to dusk's indigo. A breeze flutters reed curtains and carries the faint perfume of sage hanging to cure. It threads those herbal notes with the sharper scent of wet earth now drying on potters' hands, creating an aromatic chord that settles upon the plaza like a blessing. Children chase one another between kill mounds, their laughter carefully muted out of instinct rather than command, an unspoken understanding that clay needs calm to remember its promised shapes. While the younger potters array vessels in widening spirals, the master potter studies the sky's pulse and calls for the stacking to begin. A circle of apprentices kneels around the primary kill pit, laying a cushion of dried river reeds that will burn hot yet evenly, cradling the pots in a bed of airy flame rather than brute heat. They speak in low tones about the rain-hardened sprout they saw that morning, likening its fragile push to the first tension every clay wall knows before it can claim permanence. Into the reed nest they lower the largest storage jars, each one bearing slip designs inspired by hummingbird swoops or hawk feather arcs. Smaller bowls fill the gaps, their rims separated by tiny clay spacers the shape of sunflower seeds. When the final cup is nestled, the master sweeps a palmful of crushed pennon resin across the top, its amber shards catching sunlight like sprinkled embers to be. Resin will bloom into blue-white smoke that seals micro-fissures and perfumes water stored later. Thus even breath becomes ingredient in the vessel's song. With the load set, a hush descends brief but potent, as if every throat in the plaza catches the same inhalation. The fire starter steps forward, carrying a coal jar, lined with rabbit fur to keep last night's embers alive. He lifts the lid and tips a single glowing heart into the reeds. Then he, too, steps back. Reeds crackle in a chain reaction sigh, flame curling upward in scarves of gold that bend in the breeze before licking clay. Pot walls exhale moisture with faint hisses, and apprentices watch for the telltale shimmer, a mirage of air rising from surfaces to judge temperature. Drummers positioned at a respectful remove tapskin drums with padded mallets, their rhythm slow and spacious, guiding the fire's climb. Every third beat they pause, letting silence measure flame growth, then resume, as though calling heat and stillness into a braided dance. Smoke thickens, twisting above the pit in spirals the same shape as the morning river eddies, and those who know the language of kill plumes smile. The burn is clean, neither starving nor raging. As flame steadies, attention shifts to the clay paint station shaded beneath a willow lattice. Here, artists prepare the final skin for vessels that will fire in tomorrow's round. Bowls of pigment, ground from yesterday's ochre and turquoise, now mixed with yucca sap, ring a central workspace like petals around a flower heart. A mother and her teenage son share one shallow plate, dipping split twig brushes into slate blue slip. Together they paint a story in concentric bands, outermost, river swirls. Next, corn sprout glyphs. Then a narrow ribbon of lightning bolts, slender as pinpricks. Finally, at the base of the neck, tiny dots that represent rain arriving in soft, even drips. Each stroke is slow enough to let bristles sigh against clay, yet confident, for the design was rehearsed many times on sand before reaching this vessel whose belly will soon cradle broth on winter nights. Across from them, an elder with hair silver, as Micah uses a single fingertip to roll spirals of iron-rich red around a water jar, turning the pot on a reed cushion so the motif unspools seamlessly, an unbroken path for moonlight to follow whenever water ripples after dark. Nearby, toddlers help the gathering by kneading leftover clay into animal shapes destined to dry in the sun. Little hands roll coils, pinch ears, poke holes for eyes. Among the creations rise a squat frog, an improbable rabbit with one ear longer than its body, and what might be a bear if viewed from a generous angle. Each figure earns praise no matter its geometry, because every thumbprint is a first conversation with Earth. Some of these tiny animals will line hearth ledges, catching sparks of story at night. Others the healer will grind later, mixing their powder into salves for comfort after falls or fevers, teaching that even imperfect art can soothe wounds. One toddler, cheek streaked with ochre smudges, gifts his soggy clay coyote to the master potter, who sets it in a place of honor atop an unfired bowl. The child beams, having learned in an instant that offering and acceptance are the twin wings of creation. As the kiln's song deepens into a steady roar, the star watcher arrives carrying a basket of shattered potsherds gathered from an ancient refuse mound beyond the fields. These shards are history's fingerprints, still shouting pigment stories though the vessels themselves cracked centuries ago. She walks the firing perimeter clockwise, sprinkling the shards into the dust so the new batch can hear the echoes of their elders. Her gesture reminds the apprentices that clay is borrowed, not owned. The earth lends form for a while, then repossesses, grinding even the strongest jar back into humble grit. Several paws to press fingertips to the warm ground where a red shard now lies, feeling layers of time stacked beneath their skin, a tactile lecture more eloquent than any spoken creed. The master potter nods approval, then directs her charges to raise the reed wind screen on the pit's windward side, ensuring smoke rises toward late afternoon skies instead of villagers' eyes. Under the willow lattice, pigment pots empty, brushes rest, and vessels glisten with fresh designs already skin-tight in the sun. Weavers pass by, delivering a reed tray filled with river-smoothed stones for future polishing, and offer words of praise that feel like cool water on clay-tired wrists. The mother pauses her painting, stretches arms overhead. Sunlight catches droplets of sweat on her forearms, making them sparkle like mica dust. Her son fans her gently with a stalk of dried corn leaves, joking that he must keep the breeze steady so her rain dots do not evaporate before they bond. She laughs in that soft bell chime, certain to ring through his memory when he's old enough to paint alone. Across the workspace, the elder finishes her water jar spiral and sets it to rest. She closes her eyes, listening to the kiln's hum merge with distant drumming. It sounds like river pulse layered beneath heartbeats. The drum rhythm quickens imperceptibly, and the kill crew echoes with action, stoking holes fed with slender juniper branches, checking glow through vents, adjusting reed screens. Orange turns to saffron, saffron to brilliant white at the core heat, fierce enough to change matter, but not spirit. One apprentice recites aloud the 4 requests every potter offers to fire: strength, song, flavor, memory. Another apprentice adds a fifth gentleness earned from witnessing how rain softened yesterday's clay music rather than silencing it. The master potter nods, approving the addition, and the drumbeat answers with a rolling crescendo, sealing the vow. Across the plaza, laughter from children merges with drum rolls, forming a braid of sound that lifts above rooftops, up past cottonwood crowns, where a hawk coasts the thermal and tips one wing as though saluting the rhythm. Time drifts, sun angles downward, and shadows lengthen, cooling sweat-sheened skin. The firing reaches its steady plateau, flames now muted, embers glowing a solemn ruby. The master decrees a rest, and villagers gather in hush around low tables set with cold river water, blue corn cakes, and slivers of smoked fish from yesterday's catch. Coolness spreads through bellies like dusk seeping across sky. Conversation floats. A recount of the feather lesson beside the river, the discovery of newborn sprouts after night rain, the anticipation of weaving sky-palmed stars into tomorrow's cradleboard lacing. Each topic feels connected by invisible filament to the fire still whispering across the plaza threads of the same tapestry, whose warp is patience, weft is gratitude. Above, clouds drift apart, revealing deepening blue so vivid it seems Kilborn itself, as though sky borrowed pigment from clay designs to paint its own evening jar. With the sun kissing the western mesa, the master potter signals the slow closing of the kiln. Vent stones are slid into place, reed screens dropped, and the drum beat gentles into final heart thumps before stilling altogether. Heat will linger through night, finishing its secret handshake with every fragment of clay. Apprentices bow toward the glowing mound, lips silently reciting a line taught by ancestors. Hold our water, hold our songs, we will hold you in memory. Then tools are gathered, pigment bowls stacked, blankets draped over completed pieces to protect them from sudden cooling winds. Dogs weave between legs, snuffling for crumbs, tails wagging at the shift from labor to rest. As twilight blooms, pinked to lavender, the healer raises her rain-stained cup once more, this time filled with simple willow bark tea. She pours a thin stream onto the firing mound, steam curling up to mingle with evening's first star. The steam carries a scent like wet stone and distant pine, an aroma promising strong vessels and steady dreams. Villagers, standing nearby, inhale and feel day's effort drip from shoulders, replaced by lightness that could almost lift feet off packed earth. Somewhere a flute begins a slow, wandering tune, each note sliding like glaze over clay, filling cooling air with sound both new and achingly familiar. One by one, people drift toward their doorways, shawls hugging arms, satisfied smiles etched in silhouettes against the kiln's fading halo. By the time the first coyotes yip beyond the ridge, the plaza lies quiet, save for the low, satisfied crackle of fire, settling deep inside earthen walls, clay hearts still beating. Fire voices murmuring, weaving night's promise into tomorrow's shape. A velvet hush unfurls across the village as the sun finally tucks its last ember beneath the western mesas. The day's kill glow still pulses faintly, but all else is silver-washed. Rooftops shimmer like mica-flecked dunes. Corn leaves gleam with dew reborn from evening air. A half-moon hangs high, slow blinking through drifting wisps of cloud, and its milky light threads between cottonwood limbs, spilling onto packed earth in pale, moving lattice. The rain-cooled breeze that snuck in at dawn now returns, gentler still, carrying notes of sage warmed by the late firing distant juniper smoke and the faint tang of wet clay turned to stone. Every sniff of air feels medicinal, a balm for lungs that toiled through song, harvest, and flame. Footsteps soften automatically, as if each villager instinctively matches the moon's hush, and the whole community moves like a single animal padding toward night's watering hole. It is the hour when stories begin to drift before words do, forming ghost silhouettes in the mind long before a voice gives them shape. Inside the healer's dwelling, a short distance from the sleepy kiln, the fresh jars fired earlier and still warm at heart rest on a reed mat laid across flat stones. They click softly, cooling, click, click, pause, their ceramic exhale echoing the slowing pulses of the people outside. The healer kneels, places bare palms on 2 jar rims, and closes her eyes. She is listening not for heat or cracks, but for resonance, for the low, nearly inaudible hum that means clay and fire have agreed on a lasting partnership. Both jars pass the test. Their notes belong to the deeper register that promises to keep broth hot through long winter nights. She pulls a ladle of willow bark tea from her ember-banked kettle and pours 1 careful cupful into each vessel, whispering a blessing between pours. Carry warmth, carry comfort, release slowly. Steam rises, curls into lazy coils, then ascends into the rafters where strings of drying yarrow quiver approvingly. Beyond her doorway the plaza is gathering again, this time not for labor or meal, but for a quiet ceremony called Echo of the Hearth, held each night after a firing. It is less formal than a dance, gentler than the morning greeting, yet holds a gravity all its own. Families edge onto reed mats in concentric rings around a single small fire, newly lit, its flames no taller than a hand. Children arrive hugging clay animals they shaped during the afternoon, now hardened by air. They clutch frogs, coyotes, lopsided owls, proud to present them for the evening's first warming. When every mat is placed and the outer ring of elders settles, a hush wider than the plaza descends. The master potter steps into the clearing, holding the healer's still steaming jars wrapped in cotton. Behind her, 2 apprentices carry baskets of the children's figurines. Together they set their cargo near the fire, and the ceremony begins. A drummer seated cross-legged to one side taps a slender deerskin frame drum with bare fingertips. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, creating spaces between beats big enough for breaths to wander. The keeper of stories inhales, then lets his voice flow through the hush, like a creek's first trickle after ice melt. He revisits the day in gently curving lines. Dawn's pastel puddles, the river's reed chord lessons, nets singing beneath willow arches, the kiln's roar mellowing into steady invitation. The words drift warmly, but never hurry. Each sentence pauses long enough for listeners to summon their own memory images. Corn sprout glow, ochre brush swirls, the smoky tang of juniper branches. Then, one by one, children step forward with their figurines. They kneel, place frogs, coyotes, and owls at the fire's edge, backs facing the flame so clay hearts can taste heat without pain, and whisper secret intentions. Jump high, guard dreams, see in the dark. Parents smile, yet do not eavesdrop. These wishes belong to the night. Now the healer unwraps her duo of fresh-fired vessels and sets them opposite each other beside the figurines, forming a crescent of raw faith around the flame. She lifts one jar, tips it slightly toward the children. and the steam that drifts out carries an aroma of willow bark, rabbit brush, and something deeper rootish, earthy, the very breath of new pottery. The children exhale in unison, lashes blinking at droplets of fragrant moisture that flirt around their noses. The healer speaks just loud enough for the circle to hear, voice like a leaf turned in wind. These jars awoke in fire today. Tonight they share their first dream of water, becoming warmth. She ladles a sip for the master potter, then for the storyteller, then for each child whose figurine rests in the half-moon. Each recipient drinks not from cup or gourd, but directly from the jar's rim, tasting clay still tinged by ember memory. The liquid has the flavor of rain and ash, bitter at first, then surprisingly sweet, an echo of yesterday's honey married to tonight's willow bark. Palates awaken. Hearts, too. While the communal sip continues, the star watcher climbs a short ladder to her favored rooftop perch and checks the sky. Cloud wisps are retreating, leaving a clean sheet of navy. She notes with a swift stroke how the moon positions itself just left of the Deer's Leap constellation. The position matters because tomorrow, if sky stays clear, dawn's reddening will spill between those twin stars and signal time for the next round of bean planting. She files the thought in her mental ledger tonight belongs to cooling kilns, not calculations, but she cannot resist one whispered data point. Moon 2 hands above horizon. Deer's Leap aligned. She breathes it like a prayer, letting even astronomical facts feel like lullabies. Back on the plaza, the drummer changes tempo tap, pause tap. Tap, pause, tap, guiding villagers to release the day's final tensions. Elders sway softly, shoulders loosening as they recall their own novice days when they first tasted jar steam. Weavers lean against loom-weary poles, eyes closed, seeing sky palm patterns behind their lids. Canoe rowers roll ankles and wrists, letting water memories slip into joints like cool oil. The master potter rubs clay-stained thumbs together, recognizing that firing is more than work. It is conversation with elements that never truly ends, but tonight at least enters an intermission. She glances at apprentices, shoulders back, cheeks smudged, eyes shining, and feels a surge of quiet pride. They navigated flame today. Tomorrow they'll read cooled surfaces for signs of hidden spirit. A sudden hush deeper than the rest falls when the healer's jar makes its full circuit, and she reseals it with a cedar leaf plug. The keeper lifts both hands, palms facing the fire, and everyone mirrors him. No words now, just shared breath. In, hold, out. They form a rhythm around the little flame, arms rising and falling so slowly, it seems time itself is breathing with them. Children peek between fingers, watching shadows of palms dance across figurines. Those clay animals feel almost alive in flicker light. Ears sway, tails twitch, eyes shine with glints the fire smuggles into their unglazed sockets. Somewhere beyond the circle, a night bird calls a single note, clean and ringing, and the keeper drops his hands. The ceremony closes not with applause, but with a soft mass exhale that sounds like a breeze passing through fields of dry grass. Villagers disperse, each carrying new calm toward doorways. The master potter and her apprentices lift a reed screen onto the still warm kiln, ensuring nocturnal winds won't shock the cooling walls. They listen for the faint ping-ping of contracting clay, smiling at each note like a lullaby. Children scoop up their figurines, now gently toasted by the fire, durable enough to survive a few playful drops, and hold them close to chests all the way home. One small girl discovers her clay rabbit smells faintly of resin. She decides it will watch over her blanket nest, guarding against night terrors. Elders offer quiet blessings as they pass younger couples. May the jar's warmth keep colds away. May the kiln's glow guide safe dreams. May clay hearts remember this peace when storm drums return. Within the healer's house, the jars find their resting shelf beside older siblings, stained by years of stew and tea. The new pair clinks softly, sliding into place as though they never lived elsewhere. The healer places one cool hand on each jar lid and feels the faint echo of fire still humming beneath the clay coat. She imagines tomorrow night's patience, perhaps a fisherman stiff from surprise river chill, but toddler feverish from too much sun play-sipping broth that drips memories of kill, rain, and moon. She whispers, "Hold steady," then banks her hearth for sleep. Outside, the plaza empties, surrendering to starlight. The drummer carries his instrument home. The keeper of stories folds reed mats. A lone dog circles the smoldering fire pit, then settles, nose on paws, keeping lazy vigil. Up on the rooftop perch, the star watcher leans back, tablet beside her, and closes her eyes just long enough to feel night cradle her heartbeat. When she opens them, she sees the kill mound in the village center glowing faintly, each ember an inverted star. Sky above, fire below, clay in between. She traces that alignment with her fingertip on her thigh. A silent theorem proved once more. A breeze returns cooler, scented with river and faint smoke, and slips through the rafters of every dwelling. As sleepers roll into dreams, the village too dreams, of jars hardening into true vessels, of figurines absorbing whispered wishes, of seeds remembering the lullaby of rain. Somewhere in the cornfield, the tallest sprout stretches 1 millimeter closer to moonlight. Somewhere in the kiln, a hairline fissure closes with a muted click, deciding not to widen. And somewhere in the healer's jar, the last curl of willow tea steam dissolves into clay pores, sealing a promise. That warmth, once offered, will never truly disappear, but echo back each time hands meet vessel, lips meet rim, and stories rise again on breath sawing in a pottery-lit night. The first hint of dawn arrives as a mauve ribbon smudging the horizon, the color of crushed cactus fruit diluted in river water. Soft, unsure light flows over the cooling kill mound, where yesterday's glow has collapsed into a bed of charcoal pearls still faintly pulsing under gray ash. A hush rules the plaza deeper than the ordinary morning quiet, because everyone senses that today marks the final rise of a many-day tapestry. Seeds have woken, clay has hardened, and story now seeks the loom of memory. From doorways, figures emerge in loose procession, shawls wrapped high, breaths ghosting into crisp pre-sun air. They carry unlit torches, blank scrolls of reed, and gourds choked with fresh pigments, as though preparing to paint daylight itself onto the village walls. Even the dogs move with tentative care, sniffing killstones that still radiate a sleepy warmth, while high above, Venus lingers one last silver pin before the sky's blank weave is dyed blue. Every heartbeat in the village seems to echo a single shared phrase, "Hold steady." The pattern is about to reveal. Near the drying racks, the master potter arrives first, palms pressed together in silent greeting to the kill. She lifts reeds that shield the chamber's mouth and inhales a wave of mineral heat tinged with cedar smoke. Inside, jars and bowls rest in full maturity, their slip designs darkened to ochre and deep riverbed umber. Surfaces no longer fragile, but glass-tight, humming like low bells. One by one, apprentices join her, eyes bright with equal parts pride and awe. Using forked cedar poles, they hook vessels by their rims, raising them out of the half-lit cavern and placing them onto padded reed mats. Whenever a jar kisses reed, a crisp ding rings, each note a small proof of unbroken walls and properly fused spirits. The apprentices grin at every successful tone, yet maintain reverent composure, understanding that celebration will come later, when vessel meets water, flame, and family. For now, they catalog the kiln's graduating class: 36 water jars, 21 stew bowls, 9 storage urns, and a single ceremonial pitcher, whose neck flares like dawn's first bloom. While pottery is lifted into daybreak, the weavers gather at the loom hut, with yesterday's twin cradle boards wrapped in deerskin to shield them from dew. They unroll each panel and hold it toward the east, allowing the newborn sun, now smoldering orange behind distant bluffs, to backlight sky-palm stars woven into the weave. Magenta threads ignite, indigo recedes to midnight, and the dew-born star, etched by rain, glitters as though stitched with real dawn. 2 mothers join, infants bundled to chests. They touch the cradleboard's lattice, fingertips trembling with gratitude, whispering the children's names so gently only the panels and the rising sun can hear. Weavers lace the boards around curved cedar frames, tightening knots with teeth and forearm, sealing futures inside soft fiber geometry. When finished, they invite the mothers to slip their babies within. Snug bundles are cinched, and infants settle instantly, feeling the recorded hush of night rain and kill fire hush their tiny pulses. The weavers step back, tears bright in corner eyes, for this is the moment their long labor disappears into living hearts. Down by the river, where mist still ghosts the surface in low scrolls, canoe crew and fishers prepare for a thank-you offering. Yesterday's catch fed elders and children, but 2 silver-striped chub were held apart alive, rested overnight in reed-fenced shallows. Rowers ease a canoe into mirror water, its hull kissing the glassy surface with barely a murmur. The master fisher, hands cupped around one chub, whispers a litany of thanks naming current, reed, moonlight, cattail cord, and rain. He lowers the fish. It flicks once, twice, then slips free, vanishing in a single, perfect S-curve. The second is released by an apprentice, who stammers a shorter prayer, yet equally sincere. The river accepts both gifts without ripple, save for concentric rings that travel outward, bumping the canoe, nudging shore pebbles, and finally ringing a cottonwood trunk like a small, unseen bell. Everybody watches until the rings dissolve, acknowledging that circles endure even when their lines fade from sight. Back at the plaza, families assemble an improvised market of gratitude rather than commerce. Potters display still cool jars so neighbors may choose one that calls to their daily need. In trade they accept not goods but vows. I will tend your bean row during the next storm, or my daughter will help polish your next batch. Weavers lay out bundles of leftover thread. Children trade clay animals for indigo yarn long enough to tie hair or mark door curtain edges. Carpenters offer cedar shavings, fragrant and curled, perfect for lining storage pits. In return, they receive handfuls of crushed turquoise to embed in ladder rungs. The atmosphere feels like a gentle updraft, everyone lifted by the lightness of gifts that cost nothing but promise continuity. Laughter rings soft but more careless than yesterday, as though rain and kill heat wrung tension from the air and left only buoyancy. A toddler drops his clay frog, and it survives intact, earning cheers and a new name, Strong Jump. He toddles off waving it overhead, triumphant, gaze alight with confidence that fragile things can endure. As the sun climbs its mid-morning arch, the star watcher convenes a brief council near the corn gate. She draws 3 lines in damp dust, yesterday's moon track, today's sunrise angle, and tomorrow's projected path, then dots the spot where deer's leap stars will herald the bean sowing. Farmers nod, committing shapes to memory, even though their hearts already sense the timing in sprout color and soil softness. This dust map is ceremony for intellect, a partner to the gut knowledge carried in calloused palms. The star watcher erases the diagram with a sweep of corn husk, sealing information inside human minds rather than in a static sketch vulnerable to wind. She rises, shoulders squared, content that heaven's pulse has been felt, transcribed, and internalized all in one breath. Late morning transitions into a lull thick with sun warmth and river-cooled breeze. Drummers gather in the shade of a willow frame lean to tune, hides for tonight's final harvest blessing. They test tones, tightening sinew chords, so each drum speaks with a rounded heart-root pitch. Near them, the musician who pipes river reed fashions a new mouthpiece from kill-charred cedar scrap, believing it will loan the flute deeper resonance. He plays a scale 7 notes arching upward like a hawk gaining altitude, and the sound spirals into sky, startling a gaggle of ravens that leap from rooftops, cawing as though scolding the sudden beauty. Their wings carve the air, scattering sun flecks, and children shield eyes, following every swoop, as if reading an airborne paragraph. Noon approaches, but because the sun's heat is mild-tempered by soaked soil work, continues rather than pausing for siesta. Families team up to move the newly fired jars into homes. They cradle each vessel with strips of rabbit fur padding to avoid shock. Inside, the jars are placed in shadowy corners next to older kin, and the household hum briefly silences, welcoming new voices into the quiet congregation of fired earth. One jar is filled immediately with water. A girl dips a gourd ladle, sipping the first cool mouthful and giggling when she imagines it tastes faintly of yesterday's dreams. In another house, stew from last night is reheated in a bowl still warm from the kiln. Its flavor deepens, the clay's mineral kiss blending with squash sweetness. Spoons tap rims, producing little chimes that flutter down halls, like house spirits announcing lunch. The healer, satisfied that fresh vessels are home, gathers her apprentices under the cottonwood's broad canopy for a lesson on balancing humors after rain and firing. She explains that strong clay and soft soil tug opposite ends of the body's rope. One encourages grounding, the other invites fluid drifting. Her antidote is movement shaped like both gentle stretches that spiral up the spine the way smoke rises, followed by deep knee bends that mimic seeds pressing downward. Apprentices comply, arms floating overhead like willow fronds, then sinking into crouches so low their fingertips graze moist earth. Village children join, turning the practice into playful mimicry. Soon the cottonwood shade brims with swaying trunks and wiggling roots. Laughter pulses alongside breath. Adults passing by cannot resist copying a motion or two, and in minutes the entire plaza resembles a living grove. By mid-afternoon, a hush falls once again, a different hush, full of satisfied fatigue rather than vigilant quiet. People recline against house walls, sharing slivers of honey melon, letting juice drip onto dust without apology. Dogs sprawl belly up, tongues lolled, as children trace cloud shapes on their fur. Somewhere a flute begins an aimless tune. No agenda beyond giving shape to the warm stillness. The master potter sits cross-legged before the cooling kiln, tracing fingertip along an empty fire brick groove, already imagining the next firing. New slip colors, perhaps a daring wave motif, maybe an exchange with the river mud for darker clay. Yet she resists planning too much. The day's pattern is complete, and like any good vessel, it needs time to cool, to hold silence so tomorrow's pour will resound. Late daylight slants golden and calls stragglers back from riverbanks, where they had lingered skipping stones that now lie sun-soaked on shore. The canoe crew lifts hulls onto crossbeams, allowing evening breeze to cure cedar ribs further. Weavers tuck scraps, pigments, and cradle boards inside, closing loom hut curtains. Cooks scatter maize onto hot stones so kernels pop like distant hearth echoes, scents billowing down alleys to lure appetites toward dinner fires. One by one, tasks dissolve, replaced by the unhurried current of people bathing in twilight's peach glow. When the first torch is sparked for the nightly meal, villagers feel the full weight of a day wrapped in balanced toil and grace. The kiln stands dark now, yet warm inside, like a sleeping guardian whose duty will resume at dawn. Water jars gleam from shadowy doorways, cradle boards rock gently under watchful siblings' stares, and corn sprouts stand half an eye taller than yesterday, each tip gilded by sun's farewell beam. The river hums a lower song, pacified by offerings, and the moon slimmer tonight waits on the horizon, poised to stitch silver thread through the loom of darkness. As bowls fill with stew and drums gather for their harvest prelude, the entire village realizes that today wove itself perfectly between yesterday's rain hush and tomorrow's star story. Once again, clay, water, seed, and breath have proven their covenant, and human hands guided by patient hearts have kept the pattern intact. Moonrise unfurls like a pale silk fan across the canyon rim, brushing the village rooftops with cool platinum, just as the last embers of sunset sigh into ash. The plaza, swept clean after supper, holds its breath beneath this softened glow, waiting for the starlight harvest ceremony, the final act that knots every thread of the past days into a single, quiet tapestry. Families emerge in small groups, shawls floating behind them like tame shadows. They carry nothing but the still warm memory of afternoon toil and the gentle expectancy of night's unfolding. Torches remain unlit by design, for flame would steal the sky's thunder. Instead, hundreds of small clay lamps fired in yesterday's kiln, and no bigger than a cupped palm, have been placed in a lacy ring around the plaza. Each lamp cradles a thumb-width wick of twisted river reed dipped in tallow, but none are burning yet. They wait, identical to seeds in the dark, poised for the one spark that will ripple through them all, matching Earth's heartbeat to the heavens. In the hush before that spark, the master potter passes among the lamps, pressing her fingertip to every rim in silent blessing. She feels the faint thermal echo that lingers from the kiln, a memory of fire now repurposed for light-giving grace. Behind her, two apprentices carry shallow bowls filled with fragrant oil juniper infused, clear as morning dew that they drizzle into each vessel. The oil's scent mixes with night air, weaving pine sweetness through the faint mineral tongue of cooling adobe. Children follow at a respectful distance, eyes round and gleaming, clutching their tiny clay animals against fluttering chests. They are here to teach the lamps to listen, as tradition calls it, the belief that newly fired clay understands flame better if it hears the hush of young hearts first. Every so often a child bends down and whispers something private, perhaps a secret wish, perhaps a promise of kindness, into a lamp's dark belly, sealing the message with a shy touch on the wick tip. At the plaza's northern edge, the drummer and his circle have arranged their instruments on reed mats, angled to face the open sky. Each drumhead was tightened during sunset's mellow warmth, tuned so its first struck note will vibrate in harmony with the Pleiades overhead. Drummers sit cross-legged, palms resting lightly on hide, waiting for the keeper of stories to lift his reed flute, the cue that sound may join starlight. Meanwhile, the healer and her apprentices form a quiet column along the western wall, reed trays balanced on forearms. On each tray rest the newborn jars, cooled, rinsed, and now half filled with willow bark water. Moonbeams kiss their slip designs, and the water inside reflects faint constellations, making every jar a tiny sky of its own. The healer murmurs to her assistants, instructing them to keep lid covers off. The jars must breathe the same night air as those who will drink from them tomorrow, so warmth and coolness mingle in fair measure. When all is ready, the star watcher raises both arms atop her rooftop perch. Against the silver-blue backdrop, she resembles a silhouette cut from the night itself. She chants a single resonant syllable part song, part-spoken word, whose tone mimics the pitch of a distant owl. That note floats down like a feather and lands on the keeper of stories' flute. He lifts the instrument, inhales, and releases 4 slow notes, north, south, east, and west. The sound twists gently around the plaza, coaxing every breastbone to widen, every pulse to slow. On the final exhale, the master potter strikes flint against quartz above the central hearth. Sparks bloom, catch on a waiting reed bundle, and spread soft fire that she lowers to the closest lamp. Wick drinks flame, stands upright, and spills amber light across one small arc of the plaza. Children gasp, a whispered, collective inhalation, as a line of apprentices lean forward, touching their reeds to that first lamp, then the next, until ignition winds around the circle like a glowing ribbon unrolling at a storyteller's feet. Lamps awaken in swift succession, each lighting the face of a villager, burnishing cheekbones, and illuminating the delicate dance of lamp smoke spiraling skyward. The plaza becomes a living constellation mirroring the one above, dark canvas dotted by steady points of fire. Between those points, drummers begin a heartbeat rhythm soft, then softer still, letting silence nestle between pulses, so the crackle of lamps can converse with hide. The healer steps forward, resting her palms on the rims of 2 nearest jars, and the drummer's pulse falls beneath her touch, giving way to the faint echo of water sloshing inside clay. She nods, satisfied at the pitch, and signals apprentices to offer cupfuls of jar water to anyone whose work on firing or weaving or river harvest left lips dry. Sips are taken thoughtfully. Each swallow feels pooled with kill heat, river cool, and aromatic bark alchemy in the mouth, memory in the throat. Now the keeper of stories taps his flute against his knee 3 times, and every child rises, figurine in hand. They form a loose spiral, moving counterclockwise around the lamp ring, and for each lap they pass a different elder. To the kiln workers they present frogs, guardians of moisture. To the weavers they give owls messengers who fly between fabric layers of night. To farmers they hand coyotes canny survivors, quick to adapt. And with each exchange an elder traces a sun spiral on the figure's clay back, using charcoal from the morning hearth, declaring the piece awake. The child steps on, figurine glowing in lamplight, and the elder tucks new guardians into woven pouches, satisfied that some of tomorrow's luck is already secured in miniature safekeeping. Within the lamp ring, the master potter pours a thimble of oil into a shallow fire bowl and sets the newly fired ceremonial pitcher upside down above it. Oil wicks up the pitcher's thin neck, and soon a single blue flame flickers out through the vessel's mouth, projecting dancing light across its slipped feathers. She begins speaking not loudly, but the plaza seems to lean in, as if walls possess ears. Her words recount the journey of clay from riverbank to kiln, how each handful held ancient mountains ground to dust, how water coaxed hidden songs from the grit, how fire tested each vessel's resolve. Her voice braids praise and caution, praise for hands patient enough to shape earth, caution that no pot, however strong, should be overfilled with pride. Flames throw silhouettes of feathers and talons onto her cheeks, making her appear both bird and potter in a single breath. The flute returns with a melody modeled after river eddies, smooth turns, sudden dips, then slow, gentle loops that find their original key. Drums follow, adding faint ripples of rhythm so subtle one might think the sound originates inside the ear rather than outside. This is the moment called weaving backwards, when villagers imagine every event of the past sun cycle unspooling in reverse. Lamp wicks shrinking to white thread, jars emptying of steam, corn sprouts shrinking into rain-cooled kernels, sparks leaping from kiln walls back into flint. By picturing reversal, they render memories soft and pliant, easy to fold and tuck into heart pockets for safekeeping. Parents close their eyes, seeing their children younger, tinier, newly swaddled in cradle boards. Elders watch themselves as apprentices, brushing slip designs uncertainly on unfired clay. These backward visions cradle forward hopes, completing a circuit so that time feels less like a line and more like a coiled pot, spiraling inward and outward at once. When music slides into silence again, the star watcher descends from her rooftop. In her hand she carries a small reed basket half filled with mica dust, collected during dry seasons and saved for nights such as this. She steps into the lamp circle, waits for the keeper's nod, and lifts a pinch of dust into the air above the central flame. Mica catches light, scattering shards of silver that drift down over the villagers like a faint meteor shower. Children squeal in hushed delight, opening mouths to feel flecks melt on tongues. Adults raise palms, letting spark glimmers settle in skin creases, tiny reminders that even stone can turn to starlight if ground and gifted wisely. When the last mote falls, the star watcher announces her council's tally. Tomorrow, with first light, bean seeds enter soil. By next moon, 3 leaves will cup water. By first frost, larder jars will brim. Her proclamation closes the practical ledger of the ceremony and opens the dreaming ledger, for those who plant must first imagine the harvest. All lamps still burn, but wicks shorten. Their flames now the length of a sparrow's beak. Before they gutter, the healer offers a final act of binding. She dips cedar needles into remaining lamp oil, then touches each needle to the rim of a jar, drawing concentric oil rings that blur slip, designs slightly melding art with medicine. She whispers a line for every circle. Memories more porous than clay. Let warmth seep both ways. Adults echo a soft "oh hum," an affirmative hum thrumming against rib cages like the kiln cooling. Children, sensing closure, press figurines to cheeks one last time before slipping them into safe pouches. The drummer lofts his hands, giving a single resonant strike that echoes off canyon walls and fades into the hush of night insects just beginning to sing. In synchronized motion, villagers pinch lamp wicks, extinguishing glow and waves, a soft staccato of breaths on flame, and at last only the ceremonial pitcher's blue tongue flickers, guardian of the last spark. That spark is carried, as tradition dictates, to the communal hearth, where it lights a new ember bed that will smolder until dawn. Anyone restless in the night may visit, watch the tiny flame jitter red among gray ash, and remember that even vast darkness admits a corridor of heat and glow. When villagers finally withdraw to their houses, lamp smoke still clings to tunics, mingling with river cool and willow tea sweetness, aromas ready to weave into dreams. Inside, jars settle on shelves, cradle boards rock in rhythm with mother's breathing, and even the clay animals find resting places, frogs guarding window sills, owls perched near door curtains, coyotes watching hearth edges for stray crumbs of tail. Overhead, stars shimmer in arrangements both ancient and newborn, shining through air newly scrubbed by mica drift. Much later, in the gray just before dawn, a faint pop echoes from the cooling kiln jar, adjusting its stance, sealing history into its hollow. A dog thumps its tail once, acknowledging the sound without waking. And somewhere in the cornfield, those earliest sprouts rouse beneath dew-laden leaves, feeling warmth radiate from ash-rich soil. They do not know of lamp circles or mica showers, but they carry the same promise, that heat can temper fragility, that light can travel in tiny vessels, and that stories, whether told in drum beats, slip spirals, or whispered wishes inside a pot, will rise again with the next sun, ready to guide hands, soften hearts, and join breath to breath in endless turning rhythm.